The lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on and they get.
He missed the complete. That is crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield floor. He slides through. He tags Richard.
After opening rounds at Road America and Brands Hatch, round 3 of the iRacing Drivers Association GT3 World Championship is what we call in the U.S. a twofer. The action will start here at Silverstone, and then thanks to the wonders of the virtual universe, we will magically sail across the Atlantic to Lime Rock Park for the second half of today's doubleheader. 34 drivers have pre-qualified to continue their quest for the season crown and the 1,000 Australian dollars that goes with it. And every second of qualifying and racing from both Silverstone and Lime Rock Park will be brought to you live as it happens here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. From Old Blighty, welcome and hello to GSRC's Countdown to the Green. I'm your host, Bill Soupzon. Helping me call the action is the Australian Sage, Richard Losper. Turning the knobs and pushing the sliders is Amjad Yaman, and at his disposal will be the camera locations provided by Dougie Beard. It is a gray afternoon here near the villages of Silverstone and Whittlebury in England. The air temperature is 23 degrees Celsius under very gray overcast skies with a track temperature of the similar temperature at 23 degrees Celsius. The drivers have their Audis, Mercedes, BMWs, McLarens, and Fords on the track right now, finishing up the final 10 minutes of practice before the 25-minute open qualifier session that will grid the 80-minute race number 1 that immediately follows. And GSRC's coverage of all the proceedings is made possible thanks to the good folks at This is Australia Migration Services, providing professional migration services and visa services for anyone seeking to come to or stay in Australia. For expert advice and assistance with your Australian visa matters, contact them at thisisaustralia.com. Richard, the duties of track description always falls on you, and today you have double duty as we have 2 tracks on the docket. But Lime Rock is on deck, so let's start off by talking about the track that is at bat right now, and that is Silverstone.
Okay, sir, and a very big welcome to all our viewers. The Global Sim Racing Channel is at your disposal. This is going to be a very, very big evening or nighttime here in Australia, where most of these drivers hail from. Let's talk about the track, which is Silverstone. This is the Grand Prix layout, which is slightly different from the older historic layout in the sense that it has changes at turns number 8 and turns number 11. That's what they changed to create the modern GP track. It is located in England next to the Northamptonshire villages of Silverstone and Whittlebury. Built on the site of a World War II Air Force bomber station. It's the current home of the British Grand Prix, which it first hosted in 1948. That's 52 plus 16, that's like 68 years ago. The track underwent a major redesign in 1990 for safety reasons, but today we are racing on the Grand Prix version. In fact, the new version, not the historic version as far as I know, Bill. It's a 5-kilometer track or 3.1 miles, and we have 16 turns. So that's the track for today. We might have a look at the lap guide just to familiarize ourselves with all these turns.
Alright, Kevin Brown is behind the wheel of the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Silverstone. We're coming up to the first corner of Copse, and though it's a quick apex, there's plenty of runoff, so the worst you have to worry about when overshooting is an incident point. However, watch out for that AstroTurf lest you spin yourself with too much power. Now we head into the Maggots Beckett sequence. Each corner is going to get a little tighter and a little longer. But the important thing is setting up the car so that you can accelerate as soon as you can out of Beckett's. Chapel is just a flat-out kink that dumps us onto the Hangar Straight. Here, cars will be using the draft to try and set up a pass into Stowe. That in itself will be tricky since it's a long, fast corner with understeer galore. Elevation change is minimal around here, but this little rise makes it tough to spot both your apex and your exit. After that, it's a short sprint to the braking zone of 8, and we'll set the car up for club. Here's another corner where the exit is way more important than the entry. Being able to have your foot down all the way around the corner will leave you much less vulnerable down this next stretch leading into the Abbey chicane. You can use the paved runoff, just don't forget that it runs out eventually. Let your car drift to the right as we follow the racing line. There's not really much to Abbey in its chicane form other than the fact that it opens up in the latter half. So get your car settled so that you can get on the right pedal. Now as we come around Bridge Corner, we'll have a little lift, but watch out for some ambitious passes here. Cars will be weaving right for the better line, but you can catch someone sleeping by making a late dive up the inside of Priory. This is one of the slowest parts of the course. Brooklands and Luffield are going to feel like you're crawling compared to the rest of the circuit. You don't get much time to accelerate, and you can easily lose precious seconds if you're stuck behind a slower car. Make sure and square off Luffield so that you don't have any awkward moments into Copse. But now that we round Woodcote, we've finished a lap around Silverstone.
Kevin Brown behind the wheel, Joe behind the mic, taking us a lap around Silverstone. Now, if you were with us last time from Brands Hatch, and shame on you if you weren't, you saw the gambler, Joshua Kenny Rogers, lead wire to wire, sans the 2 laps during the pit window, to pick up his first checker flag of the season. Richard Greeneggs and Hampstead followed Rogers around for the entire race, coming home for second. And our new points leader, Simon Fagel, took the final podium, following Hampstead all the way around the race. There's not a lot of action up front as Luis Paulo Gallen started 4th, but got together with a lapped car and finished 26th. Misfortune also found 6th place qualifier Riley Blythe, who finished out of the points, but pretty much everyone else finished just about where they qualified. So what does that mean for the Drivers' Championship? Well, everything we said last round before Brands Hatch, you can forget. The drivers you saw last time, guys like John Piesnik, Kane Kugimia, Luis Gallen, and Blake Neck, all bumped off the overlay. The only driver making the chart 2 weeks in a row is our new points leader, and that is Simon Fagel. First-timers on the chart are Gary Spiral Sliced Hamilton, Richard Greeneggs and Hampstead, Jason Scuzzy Scully, and new Papa Clint Smith. Scully and Smith tied for 4th. Richard, lots of new names on the overlay and probably lots of new viewers as well, so let's give them a quick overview about this series.
Certainly, Bill. And we are in season number 2. This is the first time they are driving on the world stage, so to speak. The schedule, we are on round 3 of 17. This is a very long season. There are no drop races, so you have to turn up at each and every single race to get the points. Mistakes will hurt. The car, there are 10 Audis, 19 Mercedes, 1 Ford, 3 BMWs, and 1 McLaren. So it seems as if the Audis and Mercedes are the ones that are most popular in this series, or certainly at the moment. They are allowed to switch cars, which means that could change at any time. The setups are open, the fuel is unrestricted, meaning they can take as much or as little fuel as they want. The format, there are 6 different variations on the theme, and we find out about all these things as we go forward, and we bring that news to you. They use rolling starts as you would expect in a it's not a multi-class, but certainly multi-vehicle or multi-vehicle type of racing. The cautions are local only, which means there are no cautions. Local only cautions is a euphemism that iRacing uses for no cautions. The weather is dynamic, and Bill already told you it's 23 degrees out there with a very, very grippy track and gray overcast weather. Prizes, Bill, this is a big call to action. $1,000 for the winner of the series. It's going to take a lot of dedication and a lot of time and a lot of practice and a lot of miles, but if you make it to the end in P1, you are going to get 1,000 Australian dollars.
That'll buy you a lot of eucalyptus leaves there. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this unique doubleheader format. And here is the format overlay.
Lucky I'm not a koala.
Yeah. Now, as we bring up this overlay, yes, it looks a lot like a legal document more than something you might want to see on an esports broadcast. But let me walk you through it really quickly. It's not that complicated. Pre-qualifying, what happens is during Wednesday and Thursday, they have a pre-qualifying event to make sure that they don't have more drivers who want to race than can fit in here. 40 spots are open, 34 drivers attempted to qualify, so anybody who made an attempt is going to get a chance to race. Then, what's happening right now is practice, but what's about to take place in about 5 minutes will be the actual qualifying race at Silverstone, and that's going to be a 25-minute open qualifying that we'll cover here on GSRC. Now, what makes it interesting is there is a no-tow rule, so if you make a mistake and you put the car in the wall, that's really going to hurt you as far as you just can't press a button and try again. That probably will end your chance at a good run. It'll be grid sequentially, and then we get to the race. 80 minutes in the afternoon. We expect there to be one pit stop, a pretty big window as they're running with 100% fuel. So I think the pit window will be anywhere between the 20 minutes and the last 20 minutes. There is no incident cap, but you do lose points for going over certain levels of incidents. Then, once that's finished, basically we just do it all again at Lime Rock. We do qualifying and another 80-minute race. So no problem there. Now this is where it gets interesting, the scoring. And as is the custom here in this league, nothing is straightforward. So the easiest way to think of how this event scoring system is going to work, imagine each driver having two buckets, one for Silverstone and one for Lime Rock. Drivers get to put points in their bucket depending on how they do at the end of each event. After the Lime Rock race, both buckets are poured into a pile. The driver with the biggest pile is declared the winner, and he earns the championship points. Now here's the important part. It's equal to a normal round event. So yes, there are two races, but the championship points up for grabs are no greater than a single venue event. Now, all of that holds true unless it's high tide, where I think you invert everything and you line them up alphabetically by height and give out points that way. So I think that got through everything there. Richard, we've done all of our homework. We have about 3 minutes of practice left. Let's take a breath here. What's going on the track?
Yeah, and we're just looking. They're finishing off their practice session right now. There's about 2 minutes left in the practice session. Then they'll get down to the serious business of qualifying, as you mentioned earlier. Now, qualifying is open 25 minutes. We spoke about that. And the feature of qualifying, Bill, is the fact that you said they cannot take a tow. They've got to get it around to the pits. So what's the significance of that? Well, if you can't get a tow and you haven't completed a lap, a qualifying lap, you are going to have to start at the back of the grid. Isn't that so?
Yeah, and right out there right now, we see one of our favorites that we've been watching all season. Top practicer right now is Luis Gallon. Now, he's put in a 144.6. Right behind him is the point leader, Simon Fagel, at a 144.7. Big names here. Richard Hampstead back here today. Zachary Hanlon sitting in fourth in practice time. And then Riley Blythe. We talked about Riley having a good run last time, a good qualifying time at Brands Hatch, able to follow up with the result, and the same with Gallon. So hopefully those guys should be able to do something, get a result that is more as far as where they should out there in accordance to their speed.
Yeah, that is correct. So one thing that we need to elaborate on a little bit is the fact that this, of course, is a very grippy track. So that is going to possibly increase their fuel usage, Bill. And so maybe these guys who have planned out their fuel in advance of the race might find themselves falling short of a few liters in Australian terms, or maybe half a gallon or so in American terms. So that's a factor. You always have to realize that when it's gray and overcast and grippy, you use more fuel than you would when it's dry and sunny.
Qualifying just about getting ready to go here. It's about that they allow the drivers to switch cars during the season, and that's very interesting. They can pick the car that best suits the track. The exception to that rule is kind of today. Yes, they got to pick the car, but they have to stick with it for both venues. So a car that may work here well at Silverstone might not be your car of choice at that little track when we go to Lime Rock Park. And I think the BMW should have an advantage over there. We'll see how that plays out. We have 3 of them scheduled to be in the field today. I don't know how many actually are going to show up here. 4 drivers pre-qualified, and I'm looking at 28 drivers who have shown up for practice. And that just about wraps up practice right now. So now, Richard, we get down to where things start for real, and that's going to be the qualifying. They have 25 minutes to do it. It's open qualifying. They want to look for an open part of the track. What about draft here? Is this a place where you can get a tow and maybe steal a few tenths of a second behind somebody?
Absolutely. There's a couple of places you can do that. The best place, of course, being the Hangar Straight, which is a fairly long part of the course going towards a series of right-hand corners and finish coming up on the sort of the changes that they made in the historic section to make it the Grand Prix track. So yes, there are going to be opportunities to draft, and during qualifying you want to either have a teammate working with you or you working with your teammate to try and get the best time for yourself, or if you can latch on to an opponent who you know is fast or at around about the same speed as you, then you can get a draft off that person and perhaps improve your lap time. So lots of strategies in open qualifying. I have to say, Bill, I'm not a fan of open qualifying because it doesn't reflect the true ability of each driver, because you can get lucky. You can get lucky and get a really good lap and land up in pole position without actually having earned it.
Well, that's because you're a talented driver. Those of us who are talent challenged, we're not really opposed to the open qualifying, because we can a little bit from people and get a better run than we could possibly do on ourselves. Hey, there's no points for this, but the winner out of the pit lane, Riley Blythe, as he's going to be the first car to come across and try to put in a hot lap here. Riley Blythe,
yeah, they haven't
we
completed
ride on
any
board
laps
with him.
Stage. Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
He just came across. He got his first lap in, so now he's looking at his first hot lap right now. He is leading the field. Nathan Scully behind him. A nice breakup between all the cars right now. Doesn't look like anybody's trying to do a cheating yet. Now, even though, Richard, it's open qualifying, they still need to put in a perfectly clean lap for iRacing to count your time, right?
Absolutely. You can't put a wheel off in the grass if you get what iRacing calls an incident point against your name. You can't even get a 0x by touching another car in front of you if iRacing judges you to have picked up even a 0 incident point. Your qualifying lap will not count.
And we're looking at maybe that Johnson might have had an issue on his very first. We're thinking that maybe we had one driver that took a tow already, and we're thinking it's George Johnson. And of course, the slow Johnson Racing. We hate to see that. No, he just came in, we see. So we should be able to be putting up times here. Blythe should be coming around. He is working the back half of the track right now. I mean, you see,
and of course,
him working. Boy, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, of course, George Johnson, one of our drivers, American Armed Forces. He is stationed in Malaysia somewhere, is it? Or in Korea somewhere, I believe.
I think it's Korea. Yeah, I think it's North or South Korea.
Yeah, so
he's stationed in North Korea. That would be news.
No, that would be that would be something to talk about, but in a different way. We're talking about perhaps water torture or something like that, Bill.
Blythe puts in a 45.6. Jason Dixon puts in gets a line in there to 48.9. That's going to be slow there.
Well, let's see who's doing any good at the moment.
Simon Fagel jumps Blythe, gets in at 45 flat. Boy, what a good time. 0.6 of a second faster.
Mr. Fagel, well, that's a good lap. That's a very good lap. 1:45. As we see George Johnson just giving space to other drivers. He's trundling around at the moment, looking for, I suppose, a groove for him to start his hot laps. They got 25 minutes, and it's sort of 1.5 minutes, 1 minute 45 per lap. They're going to get plenty of laps in. They can come in and take new sets of tires as well, Bill, and get back out there 25 minutes you can do a lot.
Yeah, they just don't want to put it in the wall. Looks
Yes.
like 16 drivers were able to put in a clean lap that time around. We talked about those leaders, Fagel, Blythe, Hanlon, Neck. Back Blake Neck. Now, Blake had an interesting thing happen to him. I'm not quite sure what went on. We'll talk about Blake here. He put in a message earlier in the week, said, I cannot make the... Oh, we have a car off there. Let's see who that was.
Zachary Hanlon.
Oh, that was Steve Carmichael put it in the wall. Just put it in the wall. Oh, and he blew an engine. So I don't know what happens now. He cannot tow. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that car around. Can he limp it around? We'll stay on Carmichael here. We're going to watch it on the replay. And while we're watching it on the replay, I will tell you what's going on with his barbecue right now that he's got going on in front. He's got the car rolling.
Yeah, he might be able to limp it back. It's not going to be something that others want to be behind, because
we're going to go on board with Hamlin, who almost got caught up with it. I can tell you right now that Carmichael's doing a good job of getting the car back to the bank.
He's close to the pits now, so that's a good job.
Not going to be any mosquitoes out there, I can tell you that much. As he's doing a little crop dusting. There you can see him limping out. Well, that's the only thing he can do. Let's see if Carmichael even has put in a time yet. No, I don't think he had a time posted yet. So what he's doing, he's trying to get... Now he gets it in there. Now here's the good news. He can just come in and magically get a new car. That's the good news about it. And he was able to keep out of the way of all the other drivers. So that worked out well. Fagel, still your top qualifier right now at a 45 flat. Luis Paulo Gallen has moved in there with a 45.3. Now, let me finish my story with Blake Neck, who sits in third place. He gave in a message saying, hey, I cannot make the Wednesday, Thursday pre-qualifying. Can I still race on a Saturday night? And the answer back to Blake was, sorry, no, you have to do the qualifying. So somehow he put in a qualifying lap that was about 45 to 50 seconds slower than the pole sitter. I'm not sure if he maybe did it on his phone or or if he did it from like what he used to get the qualifying done. Maybe he did it with his mouse somewhere online, but on his laptop. But he put in a time which made him eligible today, and now he's here and sitting in third. So nice, more than one way to do that, Blake, as you're sitting in third spot.
Well, I have to say that is dedication, Bill. If you're going to get on your phone or whatever, or maybe some sort of a mouse-driven thing on some other computer, not your own race computer, then that shows dedication. He wants to be in these races. He wants to have an opportunity, of course, at the $1,000. That's what it's all about. And good on him.
Now, he had a great run as we continue to talk about Blake. We're looking at Simon Fagels. We're right on board with him. There's our port leader. Neck had a really good run the first race out at Road America. Could not follow that up at Brands Hatch. But it is a long, long season. 17 events. I believe 21 tracks we will be visiting. Plenty of time.
Yes, certainly. So let's just go and have a look at these standings at the moment. Simon Fagel, as you mentioned, he is in the provisional pole at the moment with a 1 minute and 45 seconds, 0.086. Not much in it to second place, Luis Gallen.
And we're looking at Simon Fagel here. We think he's going to put in a pretty good time as he's working on the back half of the track now. Just going through this now. Going through this left-hander, and then he's going to come up. Now, this is this horrible corner, Richard. This corner just drives me crazy because I don't have the patience to wait to put the throttle down. I always put it down too soon and end up lifting. Simon, of course, knows how to do it. He comes around. Let's see what kind of time Simon can get in right now. I think he was a little bit off on that last time. He had a 45 flat. Is he going to better it? Nope. He is not. You
now,
can see right there.
145.6 on that occasion for Simon Fagel. So he's not bettering his time. But he's still in the top spot. Luis Gallen is in second place with a 145.1. So not far behind. Then you mentioned Blake Neck. Well, he's in third position with a 145.4. Riley Blythe, currently these guys are back in the pits there, making some adjustments to their setups or whatever. He's in fourth place with a 145.6, and to round out your top five is Richard Hampstead with a 145.6. And let's just throw in there, Zachary Hanlon also has a 145.6. So 145s, certainly the faster guys are doing that. There's another 145, Warren Pickering. No, he's the first of the 146s.
I can report that Steve Race Carmichael's got that car fixed up and is back out there. 27 drivers have put in a qualifying time. Steve Carmichael has yet to do one, so has Jacob Krabby.
So, Bill, here's a question for you. If you were going to race in these two races today, which car would you have picked? Bearing in mind that the track at
it would be a no-brainer for me. I would sacrifice. Well, first of all, again, I go to the no talent technique. Is for me, the BMW is the easiest car to drive because it's just the easiest car. I could get it home safely. You would sacrifice a lot here at Silverstone, but I think I could be competitive at that little track with Lime Rock. I think I could take advantage of the curbs at Lime Rock and do some bumping and some flying around there. That's what I would choose. Rich, what about you?
Well, I've been sitting here thinking about it, and to me, it's a question of this track. Obviously, this is going to be the track where you have an opportunity. But I do have a question before I give my verdict. Are there any more points for racing at this track as opposed to the Lime Rock track?
Nope, they add the points up to get. They're both equal, and then they add up your total score to give you the event total. So, yeah, it's equally based.
So I would choose the Audi because, first of all, the Audi, from my little driving of it, I can keep it on the track. And secondly, it might not be the fastest car here at this at Silverstone, but I think it might have the advantage at Lime Rock Park, Bill.
Let's go ahead and see if we can focus on a driver we haven't paid much attention to right now. We're looking at Benjamin Hackison right there, currently sitting in 8th position on the qualifying chart with a 2. If he can just beat that by 6/100ths of a second, he'll move up a spot over Warren. I think he's still on a hot lap right now.
Well, one of the things to
we should point out that go ahead.
Yeah, is that the top 5 cars are all Mercedes. So you've got from Simon Fagel all the way down to Richard Hampstead in 5th place, all in the Mercedes-Benz. So that's your pick of the cars. I think that will be slightly different at Lime Rock.
We should point out that we have a little bit of news about some of the drivers. Gary Spyro Slice Hamilton reported in that he's not going to be able to race tonight. And then the sad news, Richard, is the winner of our very first race, John Piesnick, who won at Road America. We got some news about him.
Yes, we did, and it's not good news. We saw a post where he's injured himself. We don't exactly know the circumstances in which the injury occurred, but we do know that the injury was to his hand, and it was quite severe. And he will be out of any kind of driving for quite some time, up to 4 months, we heard from Clint. So that is not good news, and I'm really saddened by that because he was a good driver.
Oh, and there we see Louise Gallen taking a trip through the British countryside there. He's just trying to get the best he can. Yeah. Well, they have something. I don't know what they have out there anymore. Let's give them alfalfa. Gallen's sitting second in the qualifying, so I think he's just trying to do the best he can. Just to follow up on John Piesnick, we wish him all the best, recover soon, and his loss, or the driver's loss, the series loss, may be GSRC's gain, as he's mentioned that once he's feeling a little better, he might want to sit in with us and do a little expert commentary, and we're certainly welcome to do that. That would be wonderful. So
yes, it would.
Get better, John.
Yes, and I echo that sentiment, Bill. Get well, John, and you would be welcome in the booth here alongside myself and the inimitable Bill Soupzan. We would value your expert commentary on these guys. You know them a lot better than we do, and of course you know these cars a lot better as well.
So we're watching here as we're looking at Luis Gallen again trying. He's not that far behind the leader, only a tenth of a second back.
I've just seen Anthony Watkinson. Anthony Winkleman.
Right,
He,
now.
jumped out of his car. He was out on the track, something going very slow. It almost looked as if he ran out of fuel, and he took a tow. So there's a situation where he's going to be looked at for sure.
Now
But he's back out there.
Let's talk about Winkleman. He was the midweek pre-qualifying fastest car, and if he's out here again, if he's following the rules, I think he should be in a Ford. And sure enough, he is, as we still ride on board with Gallen here. Winkleman right now has qualified 14th. We're going to stay on Pablo, or Luis a bit as he comes across. Ooh, I think you're a little bit wide there. Did he pick up an incident point? Gallen, he did not, but he's still P2 of 45.1. Oh, he just can't get, he wants to get that pole. The good news here, Richard, as maybe we can now take a look at Winkleman real quick. The good news is I don't think the qualifying here is going to be quite as important as the qualifying as Lime Rock. Stick around with us later tonight or later this morning, depending on your part of the globe. Passing at Lime Rock, that's going to be an adventure.
When you've got a 30-second lap in this car, doing anything at Lime Rock's going to be an adventure, Bill.
And traffic, and honestly, we think there might be, these cars may get a little bit airborne there as they go over that
crest,
hill,
yeah.
the crest, yeah.
Yeah, it's called the uphill at Lime Rock Park. It is even in a small car such as the SRF or the MX-5, you have to lift fractionally at that corner because you are going over the crest of a hill and you do get lift off there. But with these fast cars, it's going to be very interesting. Dougie Beard will have seen that, I'm pretty sure, and he'll have some camera shots for us or camera angles for us that we'll be able to see everything we need to.
Yeah. We're looking there at still Simon Fagel, our pole sitter, our tentative pole sitter. Yeah. He's taking now our director, who is very good. If you haven't, Amjad Yaman, certainly a respected racer, not happy with the line that Fagel is taking, the racing line that our point leader is taking, and we're going to look at it right here now. You know what maybe we're thinking that maybe he's setting up to get a really good run, not worried so much about that racing line there. He's looking to get a really good run down the straight for a hot lap. Pretty sneaky there.
Yeah, and of course, our director can't be heard on the broadcast, but he's constantly prattling in our ears here. And when he talks, we better listen because he knows what he's doing.
Amjad Yaman, a former champion of the respected MX-5 World Tour. There's not many of those drivers who can make that claim.
Oh, lucky. You're just lucky.
Of course, he did it without winning a race that season, but nevertheless, it's still a trophy.
Thank you for putting that in, Bill. That'll make him really happy.
Let's take a look. He can mute my mic, he says. Let's look at driver in sixth position, Zachary Hanlon. Here's our top Audi driver right now. He's put in and he just got knocked down, as I think maybe Riley Blythe got in ahead of him. Winkleman, there's the Ford. I thought Winkleman was going to get in there. Anthony Winkleman, who had qualified really good midweek, was sitting in 14th. Now he's got the Ford in there at a 145.5. So what you have up there, Richard, are all Mercedes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fagel, Gallen, Hampstead, and Neck. Winkleman gets that Ford in there. Riley Blythe back in there, which I believe a Mercedes. And then Hanlon with the first Audi.
That is correct. And then let's just get the cameras on the league organizer, Clint Shane Smith. Clint, dare I say, Bill, he's improved immensely over the races. There he is in 9th position with a fastest lap of 146.2. That is a very, very fast lap.
Clint was actually talking about how much he has benefited from being associated with John Piesnick and John helping him with setups and car choices and stuff. So he'll be Smith, as we watch there, as we're looking at Hampstead having an issue. Yeah. Just probably not going to be his best lap right now. I'm scrolling through the field trying to see if there's a BMW out there. 29 drivers have put in times. We're looking at, we see that it is Hackison is our best BMW.
Bill, you know, what I'm seeing
Eighth spot for Hackison. That's good. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here is puzzling me a little bit. Not seeing a lot of guys working together trying to use draft to get better times. They all seem to be out there by themselves. And of course, the time is just about up. 4 minutes or so left in the qualifying session. That 25 minutes has gone by so quickly. And still Simon Fagel will put that 145.0. In fact, he's improved on that a little bit now. It was 145.08 something. It's now 145.031. So slight improvement there. Gallen still sitting in second place. Then Hampstead and Blake Neck. Winkleman, as you said, Bill, has put that Ford GT into 5th place, so that's great news for him. And then you've got Hanlon, Hackison. Martin Salvazzi has just done his best lap. He's just done a 146.153, which is his best time. And he's got up into 9th place, just ahead of Clint Smith in 10th.
Now, there was supposed to be one McLaren here today, but I'm not seeing it out there.
Yeah, Matt Morris.
Our director has found it. There it is.
If you've got the right timing and scoring system, then you will know what cars are running.
Ah, there you go.
Sorry.
All right, we're going to take a look here at Blake Neck. Okay,
3 minutes left.
We talked about Blake. He was really excited to race this one. He's sitting in 4th position right now in that Mercedes.
Gotta love the sound of the Mercedes, Bill. It is such a beautiful engine sound. And he's got a chance at a bit of draft here, Bill.
Yes, he does. And as I'm doing this, I'm trying to see if there's any, there is no team contest here. There's no prize for team racing. But nonetheless, that doesn't mean there aren't teammates out there. And I'm looking to see if there's anybody that he might be running with. Don't know if Hampstead is his teammate or not. We'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, he's coming around to kind of finish off this lap. He's only got 2 more corners. You've got this wide left-hander here where you really have to get the turn in right, and then you've got the very tight left-hander again, and then the final right-hander to bring you back onto the front straight, and he's muffed it.
I can report that Winkleman has been bumped down to 6th. He was up to 5th. Hanlon got ahead of him with a 45.5. Winkleman with a 45.5 as well, but just a little bit slower.
Yeah, Blake Neck did a 146.0 on that lap, which was quite a bit off his 145.4, which was his best time. So
now remember, Gallen, as we're looking here, he's got to beat a 0.3. He's sitting with a 1.2 right now.
yeah, he's coming to finish this lap now.
And maybe he's got traffic. I don't know if this is gonna. Yeah, I think this is gonna slow him down here. Yeah, he ran up on the back of O'Brien, and if he had anything
that'll ruin it.
nothing he can do there. Of course, O'Brien might be on a hot lap too. So.
Yeah. No. You know, we're not blaming O'Brien for anything.
No, not at all. This totally different rules than racing here. If you're on a hot lap, that you own that one. O'Brien's sitting in there in 24th position right now. He had a 147.5. Not able to better that one.
Oh, they've got one more chance at a lap, Bill. There's 1 minute left in the race. So if you cross the line before it goes to 0, you will get another chance to do a lap. So Gallen has got another chance to get a hot lap in. He's dropped back off from that the slower car that he was following previously, but he's starting to catch him up again. And what you want to do is just time it correctly so he doesn't interfere with your lap. But he's on a hot one now.
iRacing has different rules for open qualifying and lone qualifying. If it's lone qualifying, you got to get your laps in before the deadline. If it's open qualifying, they'll let you finish your hot lap.
That is correct. Yes, indeedy.
We're going to stay on Gallon as he's the guy who's going to try to get that pole position. He is just...
And look at that. The slower guy has moved out of the way, allowing him. That is really, really good manners. Allowing Gallon to continue on and try and get his better lap.
Now, notice the line that these guys are taking right now during qualifying. They're being very, very courteous to the track boundaries. You'll see them push that a little bit here at Silverstone. Silverstone will... she's a forgiving lady, and she'll give you some time if you ask her for it.
Yeah, and we have seen, dare I say, abuse of the track limits on this track by some of the MX5 World Tour drivers.
Yep.
A certain gentleman with the surname of Koumans comes to mind.
Creative racing lines, I like to say it is, yes. And here we come. This is it. Let's see what he's got here. Coming across, he has a 145.1. He put in a 144.6. No, I'm sorry, 144.9. Nice job. He got in there.
Well, that will get in the pole position. That is a magnificent lap.
Now, the question is, Fagel is out there right now, but I think he's got trouble. I'm not sure if he's on a hat lap.
Fagel still has an option.
No, he's coming in. Yep. Hampstead gets a little bit loose. He's going to scrub off a lot of time there.
All right, let's go to Hanlon. I don't think Hampstead will make a better lap, but or keep with him. But we have got Hanlon still out there finishing off a lap as well.
Oh, Hampstead just lost. Yeah, Hampstead's not going to. So let's go ahead and see if Hanlon still has time, I think, to get this last one in. Sitting fourth right now in that Audi. Sitting with a 145.2. He's with this in striking distance of Hampstead.
These guys have left their best laps for last, Bill. This is
look
great.
at that.
I think he might have just come into hot there.
I don't think I can see it. I didn't have it there. So I think there's 39 seconds left. I think that should just about do it. We still got the BMW out there. That's Hackison. Now, keep in mind that these points are tabulated. If he can get a good result in this BMW, carry that, he's not going to be able to bring this in time. I don't think this lap is going to count. But if he can get a good result here from Silverstone, then take that BMW over to Lime Rock Park, he could end up, remember, it's the points that you earn at Silverstone, you could be the winner. You could get first place points for this event and not win a race. It's all about the total at the end. We cover a race called the Apex Online Racing League, where they do a doubleheader, but you get credit for a win each time. That's not the case here today. The checker flag for the event means absolutely nothing. It's your total at the end of the day. And Richard, we're all done.
Yep, and we should be able to call the grid in a couple of seconds from now. In fact, we best get on with that because they are already 1 minute and 30 from starting the race.
Yeah, the good news is we have a rolling start here, but I'm not sure if Silverstone, I don't remember how far we go around. I don't think it's a whole lap. We have a full lap, so we have plenty of time to go here. So Richard, since we have plenty of time, let's take them a row at a time for each of us here. I'll start with the front row. And who do we have? It is Luis Paulo Gallon up there in front. Now, he picked up a 15-point penalty for an unsafe race re-entry there. He had to spin, brought it back on, lost 15 championship points. He's up in front, won't have anybody to worry in front of him now. It's just a matter of putting in those hot laps. Right behind him, though, is our point leader and veteran of the iRacing Drivers Association Series, and that is Simon Fagel. Richard?
On our second row, we've got Richard Hampstead and then Zachary Hamlin. So Richard Hampstead and Zachary Hamlin, and one row each. Right. Go ahead.
And then we'll do Blake Neck. We talked about him putting in that mid-race qualifying time so he could race today. Well, he's going to finish in fifth. Outside of him, my dark horse for the winner here, Anthony Winkleman in the Ford, sitting in sixth.
Yeah, well done, Winkleman with the Ford there. In seventh and eighth position, row number 4, we've got Riley Blythe and Benjamin Hackison, who we were watching just towards the end of the qualifying there.
Couple guys with nicknames here. Warren Ice Pickering in the number 9 spot, and the sliver, Martin Slavossi, in 10th.
And now we go to the second grid, and this is row number 6. Clint Shane Smith in 11th place with Jason Dixon in 12th place.
Arturo Amro is going to be sitting in the Baker's Dozen spot. We've seen him race every series. And then our only McLaren, Matt Morris, sitting in 14th.
Correct. George Johnson all the way from South Korea in 15th place with Darren McKenzie in 16th place. That's your row number 8.
17th and 18th, Philip Salty Morton and Jason Scuzzy Scully make up row number 9.
That is correct. And row 10, which is 19th and 20th place, Jeffrey Price and Darren Huxham.
The blackjack position goes to Joel Piotrowski and Mark Simon in the double do spot.
23rd and 24th place, we have, 21st, 22nd place, we've got Joel Petrovsky and Mark Simon.
We like them so much, we'll say them twice. Brock Cadet in 23rd and 24th, Brendan O'Brien. Now you're up there for the 25th.
And a backhand swipe there from my partner, and that's okay, I don't mind. Let's go past Brock Cadet, and we're now in 25th and 26th place, row 13. David Miller. David Miller. And
I broke Richard Losper. It took me many years, but I finally done it. It's David Miller and Simon Mazzamo there. And then we have Steve Race Carmichael in 27th. 28th is Joshua Turner. Now wrap these up here. Jacob Carabby in 29th. And the guy who didn't put in a time, but he's out there, Richard, is Shane March. 30 drivers here today. That's a nice field.
Correct. 30 cars, and look at the Dougie Beard camera shot there. Isn't that beautiful? As they come, and a slight uphill section there. You don't see all the elevation changes that you see until you look at a Dougie Beard camera shot, Bill.
Now the pit window should be very, very large. This is only an 80-minute race, and we figure they can go about 60 minutes on a load of fuel. So you figure 20 minutes, anywhere from 20 minutes in to 20 minutes before the end.
And Louise Gallen will lead them away. He will have command of the race when the pace car pulls off that beautiful roof pace car. And of course, Simon Fagel will be next to him on the outside. And we will be starting in a matter of 3 or 4 more corners, Bill. So let's get ready for what's looking to be a very exciting race at a track which is a true Formula One track.
Yeah, and this track lays out pretty good for a start. It has nice flowing corners to start with. You should be able to get all these 30 cars around, separated a little bit before they bunch up. I'm looking to see if we can get all 30 around today without an incident on the first lap. Laying back a little bit is that white car trying to find a spot in there. That's Hampstead, Richard Hampstead.
Yeah, that's correct. And of course, they're coming now to the final section of turns here. You've got this very tight left-handed Bill, and then after this right-hander, you will see the pace car pull off. Back to you for the start. Let's go.
Pace car's coming around, leading the way. Pace car has very good pace, then makes a dive across the grass just to see what's going on there. He makes it into the pit lane. Okay. He turns it over to Gallen, who is our leader. Gather up the chickens, take cover behind the cows because the horses are out of the barn. And that Mercedes up front, that yellow and black car, oh, he gets a little bit loose and squiggly. That's Gallen looking on the outside, trying to make it happen as Fagel racing right away, right behind him is Hampstead, pushing Gallen to see if he can get going, but it's not going to do it. Our leader, he takes it over. It's going to be Simon Fagel. Fagel is loose. He's put it in the beach. He spins from the lead. Plenty of time to get back in there, but he's going to be last by the time the cars come around. We'll come back and get that one at the...
later on.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at that a bit later on as the rest of the cars stream through. He will lose multiple positions, possibly 10 or 15 places there. So now Louis Gallen still in the lead, Bill. They are side by side or close to it.
Hampstead making a move on the outside in that white machine. Gallon does a good job of fending him off. Look at the racing. They've actually banged, getting in there in that blue Audi. That is Hanlon tucking inside of Hampstead now as they race very close up front. A great battle going on for fourth position too. That's Neck, the Ford of Winkleman, and Blythe.
Still side by side, sort of, with Hanlon and Hampstead. Hampstead just a little bit in front. Now Hanlon has backed it off a little bit, so he gives Hampstead the corner. But here he comes again on the inside. He thinks better of it at this point in time. Meanwhile, Gallon making a little bit of a getaway there. Still a very long race, so early days yet, but some very exciting racing in lap number 1.
Oh my God. And now we're going to go black and we're going to look at the start, and you can see how close they were here. Keep an eye on this now. You'll see Gallon out in front as we get the replay rolling. And then what you'll notice that Hampstead comes right underneath and pushes Gallon forward. I think maybe slowed him down a little bit. And then a great run from Fagel on the top side to get the pass done. And then you can see him spinning off. One more time on board here with Fagel.
Bill, this is an 80-minute race, so Fagel was dropped all the way back here to 18th place. Fagel now in 18th place. He's 12 seconds off the lead. That's the good news, because 12 seconds in an 80-minute race is not that much. I mean, there's an opportunity with a couple of, well, certainly at least one pit stop to make up some time, and he's got to work the traffic now, though.
All that work, though, during the week thrown away on the first 4 corners. Let's catch our breath, and we'll set up the top 10 for you right now if they settle down a little bit. It is Luis Gallon out in front, having a great run in the car number 21. Another Mercedes behind him, that's Richard Hampstead, followed by the Audi of Zachary Hanlon. Hanlon qualified 4th, up a spot. Then it is Blake. Oh, and there's a car loose in front, and that was Hampstead.
Hampstead loses it. Boy, oh boy, this is, you know, that is too much grip in my opinion, Bill. Too much grip, and that's what's causing the problems.
Hampstead and Fagel both having troubles. We look at this, we ride on board with the car that got loose. Behind it, you got a view of it from Hanlon, right behind.
Well, Hampstead has now fallen back to 11th place, just to keep. Oh, look at that! He just spun. There was a Hampstead. Somebody spun in front of Hampstead, so we'll need to go and have a look for that.
Jason, the line Dixon spun there. That was going into corner 1, right in front of Slavasi.
And Dixon is coming back. He was facing the wrong way. He had to turn the car around, but he's going in the right direction now.
Well, the good news is that's one car that Hampstead doesn't need to get around now.
That's a good way to look at it. Okay, so Luis Gallon still sitting up in front there. Zachary Hanlon in the Audi behind him. Here's another. We've just gone live. I'm sorry, I messed up that replay, guys.
Well, no, here's what's up, though. You got it, though. Gallon is 2.3 seconds away. He is running away with this race, but there is a battle for second. Now, that's the Hanlon in the Audi and then Neck behind him in another Mercedes. Let's go back to 4th position, though. There's that Ford of Anthony Winkleman out in front, being challenged by Riley Blythe. Hackison in the BMW running in 6th. Look at this mix of cars, and then Warren Pickering in 7th. Pickering dives in deep in behind Hackison, but now he's going to challenge him. What a great run from that Audi from Hackison.
Yeah, lots of good racing here. I'm back to 3rd and 4th position. A real battle here. 4th position at the moment. They finish off on another lap. That's lap number 3. And now if they start lap number 4, they go into turn number 1, which is a really fast right-hander. And Riley Blythe having a look at the Ford there. He's not close enough to make anything happen. The Ford is wide. The Ford is picking up incident points from iRacing as they go through the S's now. But at this point in time. Still early days, Bill. 80-minute race. There's still 1 hour and 14 minutes. That's 74 minutes. They've only been racing for 6 minutes.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of action packed in here in the very first of this race. Too much action for some of our front leaders like Fagel and Hampstead. Both have seen some trouble, but they're both still out there. Plenty of time to get this back.
Yeah, and Hampstead is on in 8th position at the moment, and Fagel is in 14th.
Look at Fagel. In fact, let's go to Fagel right now. He's about to move up. He's got a whole bunch of cars in front of him. I mean, that's a buffet laid out for him to have a nice meal with there. We're talking about Philip Morden, Darren McKenzie, Martin Slavasi, and Matt Morris. There's Morris in 10th position in that McLaren. 5 different makes of cars running in the top 10, Richard.
Yep, and looking at Fagel, you mentioned a feast, but he could get indigestion if he makes a mistake, so we don't want that either. Because we've seen him make a mistake already as he comes up on the rear. Gosh, he's got a lot of speed coming up on that car in front of him, which is Philip Morton. And he's not made any overtaking maneuvers just yet, taking his time, and I think that's a good thing.
I bet you he knows it's all about points right now. He can take his time and relax because he's got another race coming up. We haven't talked much about the 9th place driver. He's out there running all by himself, having a great season, running 5th in the points. And look at that. We saw that very close.
Morton, did you see that? Morton braked early, and he nearly got into the back of him. Luckily, he had already pulled towards the inside, thinking about making the move, and so he's passed, and now they go through the S's. He's coming up fast on the car in front of him right now, and that is Darren McKenzie. So now they go onto the straightaway. This is where you can put the power down and get some draft off the car in front of him. Who defends the car in front of him, which is one of the Audis,
and he forces his way into the inside anyway. I want that spot, and Simon got ahead and get that, move him up into 12th position. So he's got around McKenzie, he's got around Philip Salty Morton, and now the next one up is the sliver, Martin Slavasi.
And why would you defend, after not even 10 minutes of racing here? Defense is what you keep for the last few laps. But, each to his own. I'm not going to complain. If he thought he could defend successfully, why not? But he could not. And we're watching Simon Fagel. He's now on the back of another car, which is Darren McKenzie. Is that McKenzie?
That is McKenzie. Oh, no, it's Slavasi. It's the sliver. I can report. We can stay on that. No reason to go there. But I can report that Hampstead got around Clint Shane Smith. So Hampstead now up to 8th.
Yeah, it's Silvasi, and in front of him, Matt Morris. So we'll keep that in mind as we see that Simon Fagel is now about to overtake. Can he make it stick? Yes, he's past Silvasi at the moment, and he makes that stick. So he'll have Matt Morris in his sights right now. So Fagel up to 11th place already. That's really good driving.
Having a good time there at the all-you-can-eat buffet. He's only got one course left. And that is the Tasty McLaren.
Dessert.
Yeah.
Must be dessert. And this is our lone McLaren. Gosh, he's got a lot of speed coming through those S's there. Fagel we're talking about. And they touch the brakes. And he's got to be careful because the slower driver might brake at an inopportune moment. He goes to the inside, down the hanger straight. And that's defensive from Matt Morris. Again, I'm not sure why you would want to do that. But he's being more successful than the other driver was, Morton, and here we go. Fagel hangs in there and now has got the inside.
Oh my! You take that defensive line, that's fine. I will just drive around the outside. Morris said, "Put on the reggae music. If you're going to pass me, you're going to have to do it high." And Fagel said, "No problem."
Yeah, that's good driving from Fagel. He's certainly got some speed in that car. And I can see him working his way up, at least into perhaps the top 5. We'll see how it goes. But currently, Simon Fagel in 9th position, just past Matt Morris. Clint Smith, currently, let's see, Clint Smith's in 9th position at this moment, so that'll put Fagel in 10th place.
Hampstead just got around him a little while earlier. Now, Hampstead is on the move as well. Remember, he was running up front. He's got Warren Pickering up in front of him. He's not quite there yet, so we don't need to cover that one too much. The one that I want to mention that we haven't been looking at is fourth position, and this is that Ford of Winkleman. He is really being pestered by Hackison it's Riley Blythe.
Yeah, that's correct. Riley Blythe in the car number 267. Pestering Anthony Winkleman, as you say. Meanwhile, lurking behind them, but coming up is the car number 1 of Richard Hampstead, currently in 8th position, so he's had a good recovery from his problems earlier on. And in front of him right now, Warren Pickering as they go down Hanger Straight once again. More defensive driving here. Keeps him inside. Now he goes to the inside. Will he attempt the pass right here? Looks like he may. He draws alongside and he goes past and he picks up another position. Richard Hampstead from Warren Pickering.
Plenty of time for these drivers to make up for a mistake. None of the top drivers. Oh, if you're looking there.
What was that? From behind, he was tapped slightly or almost tapped. That was Warren Pickering. Just a really late braking there, Bill.
I don't think he got into him. I had a real good angle from my camera view. I think he just got off of him in time.
Very close, very close. And now Richard Hampstead will have a big wide-eyed moment there. Will say, I got to get away from this guy.
It was almost like he was reading a text there, and he missed his braking point and looked up and said, "Oh!" Let's go up to fourth position right now. This is going to happen pretty soon. This is Blythe being really aggressive on Winkleman. Winkleman's got that big, heavy Ford out there doing a great job running in fourth place, losing ground though to Neck, who's about 4 seconds ahead of him. This battle for fourth. I think Blythe would like to get around. He has visions of maybe catching Neck with the time remaining.
Yeah, and I think Warren Pickering has now backed it down a little bit, and Richard Hampstead moves forward. He's in 7th place. Benjamin Hackison, Riley Blythe in front of him. So now we're starting to get into the guys who have all had very fast qualifying times. It's not going to be as easy for him to make any more passes. But let us keep an eye on his progress, as well as the progress, Bill, of indeed Simon Fagel, who's moved into 10th place.
Right. Well, I'd say Winkleman and these guys better get going because we talked about that being a 3-car battle. Well, it's only going to be about a lap until Hampstead gets there, who's running in 7th. He's only about 0.8 of a second behind Hackison. He's going to be in that battle very soon.
Yeah, he seems to be in a different class altogether. He's very, very fast, as is Lewis Gallen. Let's just check quickly on Gallen, because he's like 3 seconds ahead of the 2nd place at the moment.
Yeah, and those of you, as we look at that, those two guys running in 2nd have been very polite. And I'm talking Zachary Hanlon and Blake Neck. They are just out there running nicely, nose to tail, not pressuring each other. 2 different makes of car, Hanlon in the Audi, Neck in the Mercedes, but nevertheless putting in good times.
And Bill, that is exactly the way you want to drive in an 80-minute race. There is no point at all in rushing and trying to make every corner an overtaking corner and a passing corner. You just want to settle in, get your groove, get your rhythm going, and then sometimes things fall in your lap and you can take those breadcrumbs if they happen to fall in your lap. But if they don't, you just stay in line and wait for opportunities to avail themselves to you.
We haven't talked much about pit strategy. I don't believe anyone's going to take tires here on an 80-minute race. Usually the break-even point for me is 90 minutes. I think it's a little short here. I'd be surprised if anybody takes tires. We saw the opening race where Luis Gallen took 2 tires. That may be a strategy he'd like to employ again. The reason that you don't take tires here is because you have to take fuel first, and then if you want to take tires, that comes later. Meanwhile, as we look here, as we ride on board with Hackison in 6th position, looking right back at Richard Green Eggs and Hampstead coming in after him.
Yep, Benjamin Hackison currently sitting in 6th place in the number 7 machine. Very colorful machine. That one is. It's splashed with lots of different colors. You'd have a hard time making out any one of these colors, Bill.
Well, I can make it out as you guys won't agree with my assessment of what colors they are.
Mind you, he's doing a great job, and we're talking about Benjamin Hackison. He has got in front of him Riley Blythe and Anthony Winkleman. So He is looking at, what's that, 5th and 4th position. He's currently in 6th place, so very good driving. And the guys in front of him are in some sort of a battle, Bill, because there's not a lot of distance between them, as we see Blythe really trying to get past. He's actually racing against Winkleman. He wants that spot.
Yes, he does. I'd like to go to 21st position here for a minute. This is Shane Marsh. He didn't put in a qualifying time. He started last. He's our hard charger, which is easy to do when you start last. He's up 9 points. But he's got a nice little battle coming up in front of him here. Brock Cadet running in 20th. David Miller in 19th. I love to watch David Miller. He's always exciting out there in that red machine. And then just ahead of him, Brenton O'Brien. So 4 cars battling for 18th position. We'll keep an eye on that as that goes along. We'll see if Shane can get them picked out.
And I'm going to go one better on you, Bill. I'm going to go all the way back to Arturo Amro in 30th place. Oh, we got something.
Car is off. I think it was Jeffrey Price, maybe. Could that? Nope. Oh, it was just ahead of the cars we were looking at.
Joel Petrosky.
It was Petrosky, yes. He was running just one spot ahead of that battle. The car got loose. See, I'm on board. It looks like turn one, yeah, from that angle. Yeah, it looked like turn one. Did he get it? Oh, he did. Oh, yes, he got plenty of the Armco.
Okay, so we go back live. Come now to Arturo Amro, last place, 30th position, fighting against Jonathan Turner. Let's give them some screen time as they come through to complete the lap. Arturo didn't start in that position. He was much further up in the positions, in the qualifying, sorry. But he's battling here for 29th place. This is what can happen in a big field, Bill.
Yeah, we're double checking that. We're not quite sure on that yet. It looks like he says 30th on our screen right now, though.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. But I have a good one for position. Let's go to 8th position. Here we go. We've been watching Simon Fagel. He's caught up to the back of Pickering. While we're watching at this battle, I can report that Hampstead has got around Hackison and now has moved up to 6th. But this battle back here, coming out of the pits now, that was Krabby coming, Jacob Krabby. He doesn't get in the way.
Things are settling down now. Everybody's finding their groove. There are still battles going on. One of those battles is indeed Riley Blythe, who's not made any impression on Anthony Winkleman. Winkleman has kept that Ford in front of the Mercedes for lap after lap so far.
Pickering making a move, ducking to the inside here, pushes Pickering all the way up to the outside. Fagel got to the inside, made that move, moves up into 8th position. Pickering back to 9th. Remember, Fagel had that spin from the lead. Is trying to run them down now. Next up for him is Hackison. He's got about 3.5 seconds to get to him. Remember, Hampstead just got around him as well. Richard, you were talking about that battle with Winkleman. Yeah, Hampstead's going to be up there pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's really a fantastic recovery from Simon Fagel. He's currently 8th place. He fell all the way back to 18th place, so he's made up 10 spots since that time. He's 14 seconds off the lead.
Oh my!
What was that?
Giant slide there back there from was that Winkleman I was looking at? That, yeah, in that heavy Ford. He is really big. We'll stay on this because I really think this is going to be exciting here. Not so much because of Blythe. Blythe hasn't had anything for Winkleman the whole race. It's the guy who's coming back there in 6th position. That's Richard Green Eggs and Hampstead as they dive into one. A Ford leading 2 Mercedes.
And you know, Bill, it's taken 3 races, but I finally got the Green Eggs and Hampstead. It's the ham part you're talking about.
That's it.
I'm a little slow at times.
Well, I'll tell you who doesn't like green eggs and ham right now, and that's Riley Blythe, who is looking to... I do not like it in my car, is what he's saying.
It's just because I've never seen a green egg before in my life.
Hampstead making a move. Little Dr. Seuss for you there. We get some literature of all kinds here on GSRC. Look at Hampstead, though, trying to get there. You know, it's really not fair. Poor Luis Pablo Gallen there. We cover him all the time when he's having issues. Now he's having the race of his life, and we're not giving him any screen times. We love you. We love you, Luis.
3 seconds ahead of
Yeah.
anyone else is Lewis Gallen. And Zachary Hanlon in second place in the Audi. He's doing a great job in that Audi, just by the way, but he has not made even 1/10 of a second up. In fact, he's falling back from Gallen now. And you're quite right, Gallen. We quick to look at him when he was in battles, but now that he's out ahead, that is
so unfair. It's unfair.
It's boring. It's boring for not for us. But what these drivers should take note of, that if the cameras are not on them, they're doing well.
Well, we will give him some attention when he starts to deal with lap traffic, because that'll
absolutely.
test his mettle right there. Look at this battle as we look at Luis right there. Let's go back to fourth position, director. I think maybe Blythe is going to dive it in there. No, he's not.
And you know what? These guys battling there, as we see, very wide. The Audi goes there as they. That's out of turn number 1. You can do that, but and be safe. But at the same time, you are going to get an incident point added to your tally. Too many incident points, and you can get DQ'd. What's the tally for DQ?
Well, no, there is no DQ, but you start losing tons of race points. So that's it's quite a bit. You lose championship points. He'll be able to finish the race here.
Watch Richard Amstead. He comes now into the right-hander there at Abbey. No, that's just before Abbey, and side by side.
Look at those guys
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. And Hampstead dives it in. Oh my goodness! I thought that Blythe had that thing wrapped up, but Hampstead just dove it in and got 5th position. Blythe back there in 6th. Hackison watching the whole thing.
Well, I have to say, Hampstead, green eggs or not, he is a forceful driver.
Well, he's got places he's got to go here with 57 minutes.
Yeah, he's doing well, and it's just sort of it's not dirty driving by any means, but just forceful. That's why I pick my words carefully here. Forceful driving means you're not afraid to put your nose in there and make a good attempt at getting the position.
So for the first time this race, Winkleman has a little breathing room, but it's short-lived because Hampstead now is on the hunt.
And Hampstead is not going to be as kind, may I say, as Riley Blythe. He's not going to back off in the corners. He's going to be forceful, as we've just mentioned. And he's catching him. He's catching him really quickly, Bill, as they go through the S's now. Then you got the right-hander there, and this is the corner just before the hanger straight. This is, whoa! You can see the response there from Winkleman. Winkleman saw him coming and tried to do a little bit extra, but that's actually cost him because he went across the grass there.
Let's quickly go to 17th, director. We'll put a finish on this battle that's going back here. We talked about Marsh. Remember, he had those drivers to get around. Well, he got around Cadet, he got around Dickinson, and now he's trying to get the final driver that he had, and that's O'Brien, as Marsh continues to be our hard charger, up 12 spots.
Well, I want to tell you, Winkleman's not giving up very easily. Winkleman is saying, come and get me if you want me. A little bit deeper on the brakes there, Richard Hampstead, but the power down from the big Ford is you can see it, Bill, on an open track like this as they get onto the straighter sections, that Winkleman puts that power down and makes a little bit of a getaway. But in the tighter sections of the course, the Mercedes all over him as they go now through the tight left-hander and the even tighter right-hander, which is the last corner before starting a new lap, and a big bubble there from,
I think he's got him.
Indeed, from Winkleman, and now Winkleman goes defensive. Here comes Hampstead. We've seen him drive around the outside. Now he goes to the inside. He's all over Winkleman.
Dives it in.
Forces his way through. Once again, they touch, Bill. They touch, but he is forceful, as I said. I don't like that kind of forceful when I'm driving. I like nice and easy passes. But who's to say you should do it that way? This is the way that Hampstead wants to do it. Good on him. He gets the job done.
Nice race from Hampstead.
forceful driving.
I don't want to wish misfortune on anybody, but I'll be honest with you, watching Hampstead and Fagel do their stuff from after making that early mistake is worth the price of admission.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely. But now, Bill, Richard Hampstead has now moved into fourth place. But now he's got a long 11.5, 11.6 seconds to catch up to the leader. And the car in front of him is 7 seconds ahead. So he's going to have to just put down some hot laps. In the meantime, he's got to keep an eye on the rear view mirrors here, because Anthony Winkelmann has not given up yet. As we move now into, where are we? What's the lap number? 15 laps they've done so far.
Yeah, well, Hampstead is done, and you got to be thinking Winkelmann's probably going to say, oh, good, at least he's through. We don't have to worry about him anymore. Blythe saying, okay, he's done. Atkinson says, good to get rid of him. Bad news for you three guys is there's another one coming, because here comes Simon Fagel. So you got another hot shoe coming behind you.
Yes, sir. And let's have a look at Fagel, because Fagel is now 13, is 0.9 behind Hackison, so he's right on them, and there's three cars there. He's right on these three cars, and we can now have a look at Fagel and see what he's going to do.
I want to, before we do that, we got to go to 11th position. We haven't given this much love. Matt Morris in the McLaren is in a battle with Slavasi. Remember, we saw Hampstead and Fagel go through these guys as well. Right now, Morris hanging on to 11th, Slavasi in 12th. Falling off the pace is Philip Salty Morton. Doesn't look like he has anything for these guys.
Yeah, Salvasi and Morris just going through turn 1 there on lap number 16. And they go to the S's now. You can see that the Mercedes catches up as they go through the S's. And now you've got the Audi there just pulling away slightly. Now we get the opportunity to put the power down on the Mercedes as you go down the long hanger straight. Formula 1 cars get up to something like 280, 290 kilometers an hour along this section of the course here, Bill. These guys are doing, 141, 142 kilometers per hour down that straight.
All right, now we're going to go back to Simon Fagel. Remember, he was sitting second position, spun from the lead, qualified second, and now he's got the same three cars that Hampstead just got through, and that's Hackison, Blythe, and Winkelmann. Look at the drive. Oh, he's going to get right in there. Look at the drive off there.
Look at that. That is awareness par excellence.
Benjamin said, okay, I surrender on that one. That's just, I've been there when he said, how do you drive it in so deep like that? Okay, so Hackison gives that spot up. Nevertheless, a great run from Hackison in that BMW. Remember, he's going to have that car at the tight confines at Lime Rock Park. We'll see what he can do there. Next up for Fagel now is the sixth place car of Riley Blythe.
Yeah, my mouth is watering for the upcoming race at Lime Rock Park. These guys are going to be doing a little bit of low flying there, it seems to me, Bill.
This is a nice little variety of cars that Fagel gets to go through. He got the BMW, now he's working on the Mercedes. Then after he's got that, he's got a Ford. Oh, there goes the Ford. It's loose into the wall. Winkelmann.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's look at that again.
He bled his own blood. Nobody got him. The car got off on the grass. It became a tight tank slapper. He tried to correct. He brought it back, wiggled the car, and boom.
Let's have a look at it. That's a hard hit by the looks of it. Let's double check that one. Oh, he's across the grass. There's nothing, and he slams into this section, into the wall section there. Ouch.
Good news is the engine is in the back of those cars, but even that I don't think is going to save. That car took a shot.
Yeah, no, that was a very, very big hit.
He is still out there, and he is in his pit window. So let's see. I would think Winkelmann probably bring it in right now. He's really not that off pace that much.
That's sad. If you see something happen like that, it could even be called a tragic, because he was doing so well. Meanwhile, Simon Fagel now is getting behind Richard Hampstead. He's about 2.5 seconds or so behind Hampstead. Now, these are both very, very hard drivers, very forceful drivers, hard chargers is what I wanted to say. So it's going to be interesting to see, firstly, can Fagel catch Hampstead? And secondly, what is going to happen when he does? Because that's going to be very interesting.
Looks like we had Simon Mazzomo spin. And current one, and then let's see. Do we have Fagel got the Fagel made the pass on Blythe? I guess.
Yes, he did.
You know what?
Fagel's
Hampstead's got to be saying that's not fair to Simon. I mean, Hampstead had to actually pass Winkleman. When Fagel got there, he wasn't on the track anymore. So.
Yeah.
Now Winkleman brings that forward in the pits, and it was really running It was running a good pace, although he didn't look like he was enjoying the drive much.
Yeah, he was having to push because of the guys behind him, and of course these guys were not hanging around. So now we've got. Let's just run them down a little bit for you guys watching there. The first place is still being held down by Lewis Gallen. He's 4.4 seconds ahead of second place, which is Zachary Hanlon. Then in third place, Blake Neck. What a great drive from Blake Neck in the Mercedes there now, car number 42. He's 4.9 seconds. So Blake and Hanlon pretty close to each other, Bill. Let's have a look at them.
You know, I'd like to look at Blake and Hanlon, but honestly, these guys are they're just, you could watch this for the entire time that's been going on. It's been Blake following Zachary the entire race.
Oh, this is the how do you do? I'm fine. How are you?
Yes.
Sort of racing.
Just
No,
putting in
we're
time.
not interested in that. Well, we are, but it's not very exciting. So let's go and have a look. So we got up there. Now third place is Blake Neck. Fourth place, Richard Hampstead, who's got a long way to go. 5 seconds before he catches. And now, Bill, I'm getting lots of guys blinking out there. Are we having a problem with our iRacing at the moment? Are you there, Bill?
I am there. I think we're okay. I had a little blinking as well, but I think everything's okay right now.
Yeah, it's all settled back down again. Director says everything's good on his end. So let's get back to the action. So fourth place, Richard Hampstead, we mentioned that. 11 seconds off the lead, 5.5 seconds or so behind Blake. So he's got a bit of work to do, but already he's working on that gap, Bill, and I think he's reducing that gap a little bit. Then we've got Simon Fagel, who has got 3 seconds, 2.9 seconds to get to Richard Hampstead. That's the one that we're waiting for when it does happen. Behind them, 1.1 seconds behind Simon is Riley Blythe in 6th position. Then Benjamin Hackerson, very close to Riley as well. He's in 7th. I'll finish off the top 10 here. Warren Pickering is in 8th place. He's a further 8 seconds back. Then Clint Shane Smith in 9th position. He is 5.5 seconds back from the car in front. And finally, you mentioned Matt Morris earlier. He's in 10th place, another 4 seconds back. So 33 seconds covering the top 10 drivers, which is at this level not a lot of time, Bill.
Let's look at 15th position. Here's a fan favorite, David Miller, out there again in that familiar red number 149 machine. Running at 15th position, but right behind him, the guy on the move, Shane Marsh. Remember, Marsh started in the very back of the field. He made his way through all that stuff. He's up 14 spots right now, our hard charger, and won't be long until he gets into Miller as well. Well, makes the pass on Miller, or at least starts the battle with Shane. Okay,
David. Let's have a look at a battle taking place here, or about to take place. Brock Cadet, who is in 18th position at the moment, on Brenton O'Brien. He's been catching him. He's right there now. Can he make a move on him? He's very close at the moment, going through those left-handers with the big raised curbs. Now they go through the right-hander last corner on the track. Then they head down the front straight away once again towards turn 1. Look at that dark black line forming now because of the racing. Seems like the car in front gets a little bit of a better grip out of the corner and streaks away. Then the Audi comes back and chases him down as they get to the tighter sections of the course.
As we watch that battle, remember we saw O'Brien and Cadet. They were in that group that Shane Marsh got through, and now has left those guys behind by about 4 seconds, about 3.5 seconds. Great fighting. They are still on the lead lap. In fact, if we look for cars on the lead lap, if I can get it to scroll, there we go, 23 cars. Steve Race Carmichael looks to be the last car on the lead lap. And maybe... Oh, he just got lapped. That's Carmichael just got a gallon get around him. Yep, he sure did.
Gallon is doing a superb job at the moment. He's just stretching that gap a couple of tenths every single lap, Bill. And currently the gap is 4.8 seconds. That's very, very good driving. Zachary Hanlon has got no answers in the Audi at the moment. And Blake Nick, well, he's the guy, the how do you do guy behind Hanlon. So watch out for Richard Hampstead. That gap's now 5.2 seconds coming down. And Fagel and Hampstead, the gap has kind of steady over the last lap or so. We'll keep an eye on that. Now, the time remaining is 43 minutes, which means that out of 80 minutes, they've been racing for something like 36 minutes, 37 minutes. So a fair amount of wear and tear on the cars by now, Bill.
Lead cars of all the ones, the only big name that have pitted is the sliver. Martin Slavossi, currently running in 16th position, still on the lead lap, has made that pit stop. Let's go ahead to 22nd position right now. This is Carmichael. He's a lap down. Why we're going to stay on this, we'll see what... well, it's not going to be interesting at all as Carmichael pulls over and he lets the two drivers go through, Hanlon and Neck. I thought maybe Neck might take that opportunity to make a move on Hanlon, but I think Blake is happy to sit back there running in third right now.
Yeah, and he's the first car not on the lead lap, if we can say that. So all the other cars are ending on George Johnson, still on the lead lap. George Johnson very close to a minute 18, so, you know, with the sort of lap time of 140s, he's still
nothing really to worry about. Yeah, he's got a long way to go before the leader gets to him.
But I have to say the racing has been superb. But, you know, any long race, this is about the time, 30 minutes into a race, 30, 40 minutes into a race, where things start to slow down and the guys start thinking about their pit stops or just consolidating their place as we see that dark line forming there, the rubber being laid down on this track. Of course, with the weather being fairly grippy, there's a lot more rubber going to be laid down than if it was a dry, and sunny day. So at this point in time, everyone just settling in. Not a lot of battles. Have you got anything going there, Bill?
Well, I got something interesting. We go to 16th position. This is Martin Slavossi. We just talked about him. He has made his pit stop. So he's good to go, and he is running up on the back of Shane Marsh. So this is one of those guys where they come in early and you forget about him. Having that stop in there, we'll see how far he can make up. Right now, he is running about 1:09 behind the leaders, but there's still plenty of time for him to pick up spots to get around Marsh, Miller, Huxham, Scully even, Morton, Morrison. I can see him in the top 10 by the time the pit stop is done.
Well, I'm having a look at Morton and Morris at the moment. They're quite close, and there's a possibility of a battle looming here. In fact, they are very close. We are talking about 0.3 of a second as they head down towards that left-hander there, under the banner there, the Bridgestone banner, and he goes to look at making the pass. Does Morton, decides the better of it, and Morris defends in the Audi. Morris now goes through the right-hander as they head towards the wide open left-hander here, and this is a tight corner. It tightens up on you more and more and more as you go through, and you got to watch out for those raised curbs as well. So nothing doing for Philip Morton at the moment, but he was a lot closer than he was he is a lot closer than he was on the last lap, and now they side by side. Has Morris given it up, or has he gone into the pits? Morris in the pits.
Taking that flaming McLaren into the pits right now, so that puts an end to that. I got another good battle since that one broke up. How about 17th spot? I don't know how long it's going to last as the pit window is opening up. This is O'Brien being challenged by Cadet. Richard saw this one earlier. It continues. But now it has Mark Simon in the mix as well. Now there's a car back there in the fourth in line. That's Simon Zamo, but he is a lap down. He really doesn't matter. So it's a three-car battle up in front. O'Brien, Cadet. Cadet off in the grass. I think that's going to open the door. Yeah, I think it does. That opens the door for Mark Simon as Cadet off in the grass going to lose that spot. Simon takes over 17th spot.
Yeah, he got the Audi a bit wide there. And now you see that we've got Simon starting to chase down Mackenzie. No, where am I?
Brendan O'Brien, yeah, after Brendan O'Brien. So it looks like that's settled down a bit there as our director stays on it. Look at that, though. Nice, beautiful paint schemes on those cars.
Okay, Hackerson and Blythe. Let's have a look at this. They might be gentlemanly and just playing it easy, but they're certainly pretty close together. We're looking at a 0.6, 0.7 of a second gap between those two as they go along. They finish up on lap number 23 and go into lap 24. So these cars have put a few laps on.
We can announce that Neck has finally made the move. I'll see if I can find it. He finally got the pass done on Hanlon if he actually wanted to do it.
This is the how do you do guy.
Yeah, these are the guys who are just racing, and it happened, rewinding, it didn't happen that. It must have happened one lap ago. Yeah, it happened on their lap number 22, and Hanlon just kind of, oh, you know what? Hanlon made a mistake. Yeah, it was back half of lap 22, the very last corner of lap 22. We're gonna see if we can find it. We're really pushing our boundaries to see if we can get this one.
Now, while that's happening, and our director find that replay, and there he is. He's got it. He's the best director on the planet.
We think now this is interesting because we've been watching this battle, and then it finally happened. Oh, we're just so close. Didn't quite catch it, and that's as far back as we can. We're going to take one more shot at it because there it is, a little mistake there. What happened was Hanlon got a little bit loose, and then Blake finally said, okay, I will take that spot. Now we have the full pass. Okay, now watch Hanlon up in front. This was a lot of work. Here we go. Look at the blue car. That Audi gets a little squiggly. Whoa! And Blake says, thank you very much. And I guess that's Richard. That's why you follow him for the first 2/3 of the race. Wait for him to make a mistake.
Well, that's exactly what you have to do sometimes in a long race. If there was a sprint race, you don't have that time at your disposal to drive this carefully. But he's got the spot. He's in second place, 6.2 seconds behind Lewis Gallen, who's just running away with it at the moment.
You know what? I think if we go back and look at Neck right now, I think he might have something for Hanlon as he's beginning to pull away. So it kind of gives me a little bit of optimism that maybe somebody can get to Gallen, as maybe Neck was stuck behind Hanlon and was running slow laps, because now he's opened it up to almost a second. We'll see if he can pull away. Give you that interval from Hanlon back to Hampstead is almost 4 seconds.
Meanwhile, Bill, have a look at Simon Fagel and Richard Hampstead. He's cut that gap to 2 seconds. It was 3.1 seconds just 2 laps ago. He caught up half a second on the previous lap, and now it's another half a second, 1.9 at the moment, 2 seconds. And there's a response there from Hampstead. He's he's in his mirrors, there's the lurking yellow car of Simon Fagel, and he's decided to up the ante a little bit, but Fagel is coming, no doubt about it.
We're getting some weird scoring and timing from Hampstead. His last lap didn't count. But let's make sure he's still racing on the same lap with everybody. He is.
Yeah, he's certainly out there. He's going into turn 1 as we speak right now, and he's being followed by Fagel, but something's up for sure.
Just a little bug. We'd like to catch those things. You never know. Okay, we have an incident here with, let's see what's up with Pickering. Look at this. That was just as he goes under the bridge. Boy, what a long spin. It took him a long time.
Ooh,
that car got loose off on the grass. Oh, he tries.
Not a hard hit, Bill. Just a little tap there, but still enough to probably do a little bit of damage as he now has to correct and come back on. But that happened a while back.
He had that car off on the grass on the left-hand side of the track, looking at the wall out his driver's side window, brought the car back onto the tarmac, and then came all the way across the track and got it on the other side.
Those are the scary moments in a race when you know that you're not going to save it. After that is, how hard am I going to hit? That's the only question left. That is not a nice position to be in. So, let's go back to Simon Fagel. 1.8 seconds at the moment. Richard Amstead has responded. We want to see if his time gets recorded on this next lap as they go to finish lap number 26 now. Fagel still chasing him down. Richard Amstead in car number 1. And he's got that 2-second gap and he's maintaining it at the moment, and he'll finish this lap momentarily.
Just to update you on some earlier stories, I can report that Anthony Winkleman has called it a day. He did bring that Ford out. Remember, we saw him running up front, spun it hard, nosed it into the walls, brought the Ford into the pits, did not return, running in, listed in 28th spot right now. Amstead is good. We're getting reports everything is A-OK on that.
Yeah, 146.5 for Richard Amstead then. 146.6 for Fagel. So he's responded, Richard Amstead.
All right, now you saw Pickering have that issue where he got off into the grass. He's running in 8th position right now. Well, his bad news is good news for the new Papa Shane Smith, who's having a great run. Remember, Smith's sitting 5th in the points right now. Not sure how happy that Audi is after banging off the wall, but Shane Smith about to run him down and pick up this spot. Smith having a real quiet race, really hasn't had anybody to race with until now. Back there running in 9th all by himself.
Well, Shane has had a really good season so far. There's no question he's doing well. I wonder if new fatherhood must be contributing to that. He's having a really good time out there. One of our series we have the question, what will it take for you to have a good time? So he's having a good time at the moment, no question.
That's a little calm, so let's leave that now for a minute. Here's the one that I've been watching. This is Miller running in 13th position, and he's being run down by Slavasi. Now this, while it is a battle for position, it really isn't, because Slavasi has already made his stop. So it's just a matter of time. But what Slavasi has done is got around Shane Marsh. Remember, we've been watching Marsh, who started in the back, work his way through the field. Slavasi is one we have to keep an eye on right now. Again, he's a minute 17 behind the leaders, but well within the range to pick up 6 or 7 or maybe 8 positions when the rest of them come in. And here comes the pass as he ducks the car in there. Couldn't quite get that Mercedes to stick. Working on David Miller. Yeah, David Miller out in front in that red. As we ride on board with Miller right now, you can tell what car it is. And there's Slavasi looking around. Good camera work by Amjad.
Having a look at Amstead, he showed us being off track just for a second there. Clint Shane Smith into the pits. So there's a genuine pit stop happening.
And there's our pass. Smith. And there's our pass made on screen as Slavasi gets that done, moves up into 13th. Miller drops back to 14th, right now in the clutches of March. And who did we say there? Was that Amstead that you reported came in, Richard? I was talking over you.
Clint Smith came in. But Amstead is getting a little bit loose at the moment, even though he's still maintaining that 1.8 second gap over Fagel, Simon Fagel. He is just, one senses he's getting a little bit loose on the car because he's pushing harder.
What I'd like to do is pick up Slavasi right now. He's just coming around the final corner. Let's see how he compares to Smith, who's in there, as Smith started to roll in. If I can find him. Smith is out. Smith is out. So Slavasi did not get that spot. He did come in behind him. Smith is ahead by about 6.5 seconds on Slavasi. Smith comes out in 12th, Slavasi in 13th.
Smith, now this is a benchmark here because Smith spent 11.4 seconds in the pits. So that is the benchmark. Darren McKenzie previously was in the pits for 11.7. So it looks like under 12 seconds you need to be in the pits. So we'll keep an eye on the faster guys. Meanwhile, let's go back up to the front or close to the front. Benjamin Hackerson and Riley Blythe have been fairly close to each other. The gap's about 0.8, 0.7, 0.9. Not sure if there's anything happening there. Perhaps one of those cases where Hackerson is just keeping a watching brief, looking for a mistake from Riley Blythe up ahead of him.
I think we're getting so close to the pit window now. I think nobody is in a hurry to make a mistake. I think the attitude might change once the cycle is done.
And you know, there's still 29 minutes left now. In the official races that iRacing puts on, most races are around 30 minutes, 25 minutes. So what this now is a sprint race. They've got to do a pit stop, and then out of the pit stop, the sprinting starts. And Lewis Gallen is the person in the best position to win this race at the moment. Can he do it? That is what we want to find out. You said, Bill, that Blake Neck was perhaps in a position to catch him. I don't think so.
Not happening. In fact, I thought Neck might be able to pull away from Hanlon. That's not going to happen. Let's look at second position right now as Hanlon ducks that Audi in there and gets that spot back. Yeah. I think
Blake
Hanlon
Neck
did not.
in third.
Hanlon did not appreciate me thinking that that Blake was gonna run away with it. Take that, Soup. All right, I hear you, Zachary.
So Zachary Hanlon into second place, but of course that little bit of battling there with Neck and Hanlon has increased the gap to over 7 seconds now to Gallen. And let's check in with Hampstead Fagel. That gap is increasing as well, so Hampstead has responded brilliantly to Fagel's charge.
1.2 seconds right now. Hampstead ahead of Fagel.
Or am I right? What was it?
No, I think
it was 1.8. Yeah, he's catching.
I think Fagel's running them down. It's interesting. You can watch these guys work their way through the field, but I think that the saying is, "Water finds its level." It's easy to go through guys when you're trying to pick them off 17th, 16th, 15th. When you start to get them at 6, 5, and 4, it's a little different story.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think Fagel's coming. It's almost down to a second now. And again, we're so close to the pit stop that I'd be surprised if we see anything happen there.
Yeah, talking about pit stops, we've got 9th and 10th position in the pits at the moment, and that is Philip Morton and Jason Scully. So they'll be in pits, and we'll check on their pit stops. We want to see how long they spend in their pit stalls.
Morton's in there.
10.92 for Morton, so he's leaving the pits already.
Smith goes by, and Slovasi goes by right now. Let's see if this is going to be interesting. Here comes Salty Morton out in 11th. He's going to come out ahead of Slovasi, but behind Smith. So Morton cycles out into 11th, Slovasi in 12th.
Yeah, so Smith gets his place back, I believe. He was around 10th position before the pit stop, so he's back in 10th.
Well, I think he's going to be maybe 8th or even 7th by the time this is done. Right now, currently running in 10th. He is the leader of all the cars who have pitted.
That is correct. Clint Smith. So the guys in front of him are all not.
Yeah, he's going to get.
Here comes Hackerson into the pits now.
Now this will be
Fagel,
close.
Yeah, keep an eye on that because Fagel has now got that gap down to less than a second, Bill. This is happening. It's coming. And Hampstead knows what's happening. So maybe it's time for Hampstead to duck into the pits and get away from this.
Hackerson coming in. Smith, our leader, still working on the back half. I can't imagine Smith is going to get there unless Hackerson has a horrible pit stop. Nobody
Anything
taking
under 12
tires
seconds
today.
is good. Under 12 seconds, Bill, is good. Over 12 seconds will be classed as a bad pit stop because they're just taking fuel. You were quite right. Nobody's thinking
Hackerson
about
is
time.
in there for. Hackerson was in there for 20 seconds. Let's see how that plays with Smith. Smith is not going to get him, but I think Hackerson might have taken. I think he went up. I think he might have at least taken 2 tires. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe he made a mistake even where he said, "Uh-oh," and then stopped it before it got too bad. So let's keep an eye on who he was battling with. Hackerson was in that battle with Blythe, right? Am I correct on that, or was it Pickering? Yeah, we'll double check as they come around.
Yeah, Hackerson was on Blythe now. Pickering has actually passed him, and he's lost 6 seconds in that pit stop, and that's going to cost him.
Right, Pickering has yet to make the stop, so the top 7 drivers still have yet to stop.
Hampstead has pulled the trigger. He's gone into the pits. A good move on Richard Hampstead's part there.
But he was only about a second ahead of Fagel, so this is well within calculating your fuel. How much do you need to get to the end? How much have I used? Certainly Fagel and Hampstead, there was no fuel saving there. They were burning everything they could to get through the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I've got my cameras on Blake Nick behind Hamlin. Is he just playing wait? Let's wait for the pits, or is
well,
he?
Well, yeah. If there's anybody who's been saving fuel, it would be Nick, because he's been behind Hamlin for 80% of the race that we've run so far.
Oh, Hampstead spending a long time in the pits as well. He's taking tires, I believe, there, Bill.
Hampstead in there for 24 seconds in the box. My goodness.
Yeah, that's a long time. Must be tires. I don't think he had any damage that needed repairing, did he? No, I don't think so.
No, he had that spin earlier, but I don't think he hit anything. I think he was fine. So he cycles out in Hampstead, we're talking about, cycles out in 7th ahead of Hackison.
That's right.
Hackison has made his stop. Hampstead is now the leaders of all the cars who pitted. But honestly, I think if there's a crew chief going to Simon Fagel saying, Simon, get on in there, make a quick stop. Hampstead was in there for a long time.
Oh yeah. Every crew chief will have noticed that. And they saying to Simon Fagel, how much fuel have you got? Let's work it all out. You're going to spend 12 seconds. Don't take any tires. We are going to gain 6 seconds on the guys behind us. So, in the meantime, Blake Nick and Hanlon and Gallen, their crew chiefs, Bill, will be thinking about this as well and saying, what can we do to capitalize on this? But I think at the moment, 6.8 seconds, Hanlon's actually been catching Gallen. So either Gallen's eased up a little bit waiting for the pit stop, or Hanlon's been charging for the last few laps before his pit stop.
Let's go to 9th real quick. This is a battle that really isn't a battle. This is Daryl Huxham ahead of Smith, but Huxham still has to make that pit stop. I don't know if Smith knows this. Shane, if you'll just sit back there and wait for at least one more lap, or maybe even a few more corners, I think you'll get Daryl out of the way. Let's see what happens here as they work through the back half. Smith really doesn't have to worry too much about Morton. He's got about a 4-second, almost a 5-second lead. Give us a good chance to look at this corner. I hate this corner. Smith behind there. It's just a matter of being patient, and when can you put the power down? Now let's see if, there he goes, as I predicted. Huxham comes on in, and Shane Smith is going to get that position.
Yep. It's when people realize that is the case, that the guy behind you, you're not fighting him for position. I was in a race yesterday where I was chasing this guy down. We had to do a pit stop, and the guy was racing as if his life depended on it. I said, you still have to do your pit stop, my friend. I'm right behind you already.
Clearly you were racing another Australian.
Oh dear, I'm going to leave that alone. Okay, let's go back. When the big question in my mind, Mr. Luis Paulo Gallen, when is he going to pit?
Well, the leaders 1, 2, 3, and 4 have all gone around. Waiting for Riley Blythe to come in and see if he's going to come in this time. He stays out as well, so top 5 stay out.
6, in fact, have not made their pit stop. The top 6 people, so
Pickering hasn't been there this lap yet, so we'll see if he comes in.
Yeah, I'm driving with Pickering at the moment. He's just approaching the pit entrance. Will he go in or not? Doesn't look like it. He's out wide, so he's not going in.
I almost wonder if it's a bit of traffic. Now, what's interesting is Pickering with a 7-second lead over Hampstead, but of course Hampstead has already made that stop. Our director has found something, so let's go back to... We're going to go back
Brenton
to
O'Brien.
13th position. Oh, here's these boys again. O'Brien, Simon, Scully in there. And also now in the mix is Slow Johnson, George Johnson in there.
Yeah, and you know, we should never underestimate the quality of the racing that's going on all the way through the field. Here is a nice little battle going on here. These guys are in, as you say, 14th, 15th position. But it's every bit as intense for them as the guys in front.
But I got good news for the guy running 3rd in line right now, and that would be Jason Scully. He's the only one who has actually pitted.
Correct.
Well, Brian needs to come in, Simon needs to come in, so Jason, again, is hang in there. They'll be out of your way here pretty soon. Nice run from Scully, running 15th right now. Certainly going to pick up a few spots there as those guys come in.
Yeah, that's true. So we're looking at Jason Scully. So he's in 15th. He'll certainly pick up 2 spots. Simon Fagel approaching pits at this point. Let's go and have a look at that. This is interesting.
All right, Fagel is in, so let's go ahead and pick up Hampstead. I don't think Hampstead's going to get there by the speed that he had on that pit stop. Fagel is in right now. He hasn't pulled into his box yet, though, has he?
No, he's in the pit stall now.
He's in there right there. Okay, Hampstead just coming around that final corner right now, working on that big looping. What is that corner called? I forget what that one is called. Is it?
Which corner is it?
The very final corner, the big horse, the hairpin. Anyway, Hampstead is there. Is Fagel rolling? Fagel is out. Fagel is out way in front of Hampstead. I guess it's Club. It's 18. Is that what it is? Club is that final
Woodcote. Is it Woodcote?
Oh, I should
This
know.
turn number 16 we're talking about. Turn number 16. It has no name on the iRacing track map.
Yelling. They're yelling at me. Luffield, I guess it is.
Luffield, yeah. So these track corners have names, but iRacing hasn't recorded all their names on their track map, which I'm looking at the moment. It's a little smack on the wrist for iRacing for that. Beautiful names this track's got, and a lot of them too. All right, let's get back to the racing here. So Simon Fagel, 11.37. That is a standard pit stop, no tires, and he's out in 5th place at the moment. 4 in front of him have to still pit. The gap between him and the leader, 44 seconds. And the lead was about 7 seconds or so. What will Gallen do, and how close can Simon Fagel get to Gallen at the end of the pit stops? That's the big question. Riley Blythe into the pits right now.
Blythe is in. We'll see where Fagel is. Fagel just working his way around what I believe now is Luffield. And he gets that done easily. Blythe's still sitting there. And I think Pickering is going to get him as well. So Blythe is going to roll out. Going to roll out in 7th. Pickering has yet to pit, though. That's correct. Sorry, Director. Thank you very much. Pickering rolls out in... Blythe rolls out in 7th. Pickering still yet to pit. So that'll be 6th.
So the guys... Sorry, Bill. The guys who have not pitted yet are Lewis Gallen in 1st place, Zachary Hanlon in 2nd place, and Blake Neck in 3rd place, and Warren Pickering in 5th place. Sorry. And Bill, there's about 16 minutes left in the race, so that tells us that out of 80 minutes you can go better than 60 minutes on a tank full of fuel in these cars.
Yeah, add a minute and 44 to that as Gallen goes around one more time.
And now Blake
Hanlon
and Hanlon both into the pits. This is interesting. Let's see how quickly they can complete their pit stops, and where will Fagel be in relation to them.
I think Fagel's got a shot at this.
Fagel coming around that last corner now. Did you call it Luffield? It is Luffield. Yes, indeed. And now he goes into the after he completes this, he'll go into Woodcote and so on. And down towards Cops, which is turn number 1. Beautiful names. I love these names.
All right, Neck is out. Hanlon is out. Neck is behind. Hanlon gets a huge break. Hanlon puts Neck long behind him. Neck is going to get out in front of Fagel, but a long way from Hanlon.
Yeah. Hanlon, Bill, had a 9.27 second pit stop. So he has obviously taken less fuel than the rest of them. Did he take enough? It's 2 seconds. How much fuel can you dump into these cars in 2 seconds?
Yeah, it's probably all he needed to get there. Now, it really doesn't matter whether you take a little bit of fuel in the beginning or a little bit of fuel at the end, but it does maybe say what kind of mileage you're getting. And right now, the man who's getting the most per gallon is Gallon, as he remains out on the track. He's got to come in. Got to come in this time. So the final car to come in to get the petrol is Luis Paulo Gallon. And honestly, what I think he's trying to do is get a legitimate wire-to-wire win. He did not want to give up the lead during the pit cycle. So he's going to come in and get this taken care of.
This is going to be close. Zachary Hadlin is 36 seconds behind. And normally when you see in the sort of mid-30s, that's enough time to get and pass somebody who's in the pits if he's doing a 12-second pit stop. But it remains to be seen how much fuel does Luis Gallon need. He's going to need the sort of similar 8.65 seconds. Oh, he's going to smoke him.
Here he comes. He is rolling into the pit exit. He is out on the track. He's going to cycle out right behind the back marker. Well, the last car on the lead lap of Shane Marsh, who's running in 18th position, but Gallon about 5.5 seconds up on the second place driver, Hanlon.
Yeah, so okay, that 7 seconds has been reduced to about 5 seconds. He's got the fastest pit stop, Gallon, and he's got 5-second gap, so that's all good. And bear in mind, there's only 13 minutes left in this race, so a matter of 10 or so laps.
All right, Director, let's put up that top 10 overlay, and we'll run these down for you now that everything is said and done. Luis Paulo Gallon, or however you want to do this, Director, you call the shots. There we go. Gallon is going to be our leader by about 5.3 seconds over Zachary Hanlon, who has a comfortable 4.3-second lead over Blake Neck, who's sitting in pretty good shape with about 2 seconds over Simon Fagel. Simon's going to really have to pick it up if he wants to get there. About 7 seconds back to Richard Hampstead in 5th position, who's got another 5-second lead back to Riley Blythe running in 6th. You got a whole 10 seconds before you go back to Benjamin Hackison, who's got a whopping 17 seconds back to Warren Pickering. Now maybe Pickering better watch out a little bit. He's got only about 1.5 seconds to Clint Smith, who seems to be closing that gap. We'll watch that as Smith is sitting in 9th position. And rounding out your top 10, about 8 seconds back from Smith is Philip Salty Morden. Now, and that's Bill, a good battle, though. If we look at this battle in 10th position, this is Morden and the Sliver, Slavasi, probably the best battle on the track, Rich.
Yep, okay, fine. I was just going to say that a while ago we did a top 10, and there was 33 seconds between 1st and 10th. Right now, we're looking at a minute between
90 seconds,
1st and 10th. Yeah. But let's go back to this battle that you were calling previously. What's happening there?
Let's look at a car in the wall, and I thought it was in a battle. It was Jonathan Turner running in 27th position. What scared me is he was in the battle right ahead of this great battle between Morris, O'Brien, and Scully. Now, a good one to look at this would be the car running in 13th position if we want to go on board. There you see him. Now, Morris is in a battle here for 13th spot, and I was really worried as the spin took place right in front of him. Yeah, Matt Morris in that McLaren. You can see the car get loose in front of him. I believe there it goes off the wall. I was worried it was going to bounce back out and come back in front of him, but it stuck into the wall.
Okay, let's go back and have a look at Silvasi versus Morton. That seems to not be close enough for a battle at this point in time. There's a gap of 0.6 of a second between the two. Not a huge gap, but a gap nonetheless.
Two best battles that I can find is that one that you were looking at, and then this battle for 13th, which is stretching out a little bit here. I guess it's 14th position. Well, let me see what it is now.
Scully. Yeah, it's 15 on 14.
Yeah, it's 14
Scully
on 50. There we go. Yeah, Scully and O'Brien.
That's a pretty good battle.
Morris was in that hunt, but he's got that McLaren pulling away. I think he might have
got a car off track there. That's Jonathan Turner in a Mercedes running along, not on the track.
Yeah, that was the spin we saw. I think he's limping that car around.
You should get on the other side. The track, the pits are on the other side, buddy.
Take the shortcut.
Yeah, there he's doing
gonna
the right
get it
thing.
in.
Yeah, he's not getting in front of anybody. That is such aware driving. I like that. Okay, Bill, as the race runs down to its final 10 minutes, are you thinking what I'm thinking, that Louis Gallen really, he's got it all to lose. He can't possibly lose it unless he makes a big mistake.
You know what? I think this could be a case for Lewis about just a learning curve. You know, this is round number 3. He came in, was a little erratic the first couple races, picked up a few penalty points there. This is how you win a championship right here. Wire
and
to
you
wire.
know what, Bill? Sorry to cut your word. Brendan O'Brien has been involved in a battle there. Had not pitted yet. Now he's getting into the pits only.
Got an egg under that throttle, just coming in right now with only 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, out of 80, that means he's got 72 minutes out of his fuel. That's a lot of time, a lot of laps.
Okay, now look at this, and this is coming. We go to 3rd position, and he is coming fast. Remember, we just did the rundown, and nothing was close. Well, now it's down to 6 seconds. Here comes Fagel.
0.6.
Yeah, 0.6 seconds. Fagel.
And I want to tell you, Blake Neck, who was sort of comfortable in his position all race long behind Hanlon, all of a sudden he sees Simon Fagel coming. Now he can't afford to be in his comfort zone anymore. He's got to battle, or
he's going to have to race
it up and be happy with a 4th place.
Let's see what Blake feels like doing here. You're absolutely right, Richard. He's been having a nice Saturday night drive in Australia there, running behind Hamlin most of the time. But now he's got
he's in Australia, of course.
Yeah.
He's in Australia, but of course they are on an English track, so that's weird when you think about it. But
weird,
that's the beauty of sim racing.
Honestly, we should not call it nighttime. It is daytime that you guys are seeing. For me to call it nighttime doesn't make a lot of sense. So, a nice Saturday drive.
It's currently evening time where I am, and I am half an hour behind the Adelaide guys, when most of these guys are from that sort of mid or central Australia. So it'll be half an hour ahead of me. So it's about 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. In Adelaide, where Clint is, our league organizer.
Fagel working, trying to find a spot here. He has the pace. It's just a matter if he can find the opportunity. What Simon does not want to do is throw it all away. It's kind of a risk first reward type thing. How much do I want to risk to pick up one spot when it could cost me so many? Fagel back there working back there with still 6.5 minutes to get this done.
And there's another battle that is worth having a look at. Clint Smith is having a look at 8th place, which is Warren Pickering. He's got eyes on that position if he can move up one spot more. He's still got about 0.8 of a second, 0.8 of a second to get there, but he's been closing, and Warren Pickering, can Warren hold him out? It's the same deal as you have there with Fagel and Blake Neck, Bill. And now it's 0.3. Fagel's on it.
Yeah, Fagel with a good run as they work their way down. I like this. Look at the defensive line, putting that car right in the middle of his neck. He leaves the inside open. Now he drifts to the left, and Neck put up a little bit of a fight there, but all honesty, he just held his line, and yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade. He gave that up and said, I'll be happy with 4th place.
And they're both teammates for Evolution Australia, so I think they just thinking big picture there. Remember, you have your points leader there with Simon Fagel.
That is correct. And so Blake Neck, there's nothing wrong with him going into 4th place. He's got a 3.4 second gap on Richard Hampstead. He's got to maintain that gap, though. He wouldn't want to lose another spot. But he's in the top 5 at the moment. Richard Hampstead is going to get a top 5 if everything stays the way that it is, because 6th place is a full 13 seconds behind him. And there's only about 4.5 minutes left in this race.
Look at the traffic that those guys were going through there. Got very close they were working their way through. That car they had to negotiate was Jacob Krabby. They get it done.
I think Smith is getting a little exy. He's trying to get that position. He's closed right up now. They're going through those tight corners. Now they come around to the right-hander, which is getting, that's Bridge Corner, I think it is, and then, or Priory it might be. Now they come through and go into Luffield, which is the hairpin there. They'll come out of Luffield and go into the front stretch. And can our leader, our organizer of this series, can he catch up to and overtake Warren Pickering? That remains to be seen.
All right, I got one more for you, so there's nothing going on there. Let's drop back to 10th. I think I might see a pass coming here. This is with Slavasi. Has a good run going into the first corner. Not going to be able to get Philip Morton. Slavasi would like to get inside the top 10. So with just over 3 minutes to go, about 3 minutes and 15 seconds by the time I put a period on this sentence, period, we have about 2 battles to watch out there. And this is Morton and Slavasi in a battle. We got Smith and Pickering. And I haven't quite given up on Fagel and Neck, although it looks like Fagel's probably pulling away now.
Yeah. Blake Neck is 1 second behind.
Right.
So, Bill, now the question is, how aggressive do you want to be in these final couple of minutes? If you're close enough, as you can see here, for instance, Martin Silvasi versus Silvasi, who is he? Morton. So they're very, very close. Do you want to be as aggressive as possible, try to get that position, or are you going to say, okay, we'll wait for the next race, sort of thing?
For me, if I were Slavasi, yeah, I would be more aggressive because there's a certain pride to being in the top 10. I hate finishing 11th. If I was Smith trying to battle between 8th and 9th, I could live with either one of those. But there's something about being in 11th that just doesn't sit well with me.
Well, that's a good point you make there. Top 10 is not the top 15. But we are.
Yeah, I don't hear anyone.
Sorry, Bill. Go ahead.
I don't hear anyone giving top 15 lists. Yeah, it's all about being top 10.
That is correct. And when you look at point scores, it's always top 10 maximum. If you're in 11th place, you're out of it.
I think he's got a good run here. Let's see if he's going to force the issue. Morton's going to dive it in there. Nope. 139 left to go. I don't want to make sure we get to with lap times of about 144. I would think this time around should be the white flag lap for our leader.
Yes, and we're looking at that lime green. Is that lime green? I think so. The car of Louis Gallen, just coming around Luffield at the moment. He will head down, I think, yes, there comes the white flag. He will head down the front straight for the last time in this race. Nearly 80 minutes of racing is completed and is led virtually from the beginning, correct?
Wire to wire, including the pit cycle. That's domination. Oh, so now we're looking back here, Morton and Slavasi. Slavasi is doing all he can. Now let's watch it one more time. Here we come. Slavasi all over him. We don't want to miss the leader. Yep.
Morton, Bill, is saying, I don't want to be outside the top 10. I want my name in there. So
if there's anything worse than finishing 11th when you couldn't get around the top 10, it's finishing 11th when you were in the top 10. So let's see. I think Slavasi's going to have a good run coming out of the hairpin and see if he can get it done down the main straight.
It's a tough place to try and pass, though. They've got another lap to do it because they've got the white flag down as well. So there's a whole lap for them.
He'll get 2 shots into look at Slavasi get a wide entrance, trying to get the best run he can out of there down the straight. Let's see if he can do it. If he can get in the toe. Oh, I like it this time. This is the closest he's been. Can he get a pull? Like Richard said, the straight is just not very long here. Let's see if he tries to outbrake him. Not going to do it here. Boy, you can watch him get into the dark, rubbered up part of the track. So we'll have to wait. They're actually not going to get one more shot at it, though. They're on the white flag lap right now, so they're not going to see that corner again.
That is correct. Everybody's on the white flag lap now,
And
following Lewis Gallen, who is halfway through the white flag.
No, he is
lap.
coming around the final corner right now. Now, this is not the event win, but we will call it the first heat win, round number 3 for the IDA World Championship in the GT3s. Go to Luis Paulo Gallen. Nice job. Hamilton's going to get second.
Go to Smith, quickly. Go to Smith.
All right, well, watch Smith as they're in that battle.
On. Smith and Pickering. They touched. They made full contact.
And we'll get that quick replay of it right now. And Smith, we can say that he is still trying to chase down Pickering. Oh, look at the contact. He almost had it done. Smith gets pushed out. As they come around, I'm going to give the spot 8th position here. He's not there yet. 8th position to Pickering, but I just have to give Warren a little tidbit of advice. Try not to be aggressive with the series organizer. Just a little rule there.
Yes, I can tell you from experience that is not a good thing. I've been thrown out of the league because I dared question the league organizer.
Pickering gets 8th position, 9th position to Nupo. Pickering gets, nope, it's going to be 8th, I believe, Director. 9th to Smith, and top 10 spot, Philip Morton is going to get that 10th spot. Slavasi did not get him. Going back to 12th position. We're looking here at McKenzie is going to come across ahead of Morris. And the last car on the lead lap, Jason Scuzzy Scully, gonna come across in 14th position. Richard, we made it, but we're only halfway done.
Yeah, it was a good race, but what about you said it, Bill, the domination of one Luis Paulo Gallen.
But it's a totally different animal when we go to the little track at Lime Rock. Let's go ahead and give you the entire results here. I'll do 10 at a time. Your winner so far, Luis Paulo Gallen. Congratulations to him. Zachary Hanlon and Simon Fagel go 2-3. Blake Neck, Richard Hamstead go 4 and 5. Riley Blythe, Benjamin Hackison, Warren Pickering, Clint Smith, and Philip Morton round out your top 10. Richard?
That is correct. Then in 11th place, it's Martin Silvasi, just out of the top 10. Darren McKenzie in 12th place. Matt Morris, 13th place. Jason Scully in 14th. And Darren Huxham in 15th place. Jason Scully, 14th, was the last person on the lead lap there. And Huxham in 15th. Then we got David Miller, 1 lap down in 16th. Shane Marsh in 17th, 1 lap down. Brenton O'Brien in 18th place, 1 lap down. Mark Simon, 19th place, 1 lap down. And rounding out the top 20, George W. Johnson, also 1 lap down.
Hitting blackjack, Joel Piotrowski. In the double duck position, Brock Cadet, Simon Mezzomo in 23rd spot. 24th goes to Jacob Krabby. The quarter century mark to Steve Race Carmichael. Then we talked about Arturo Amro, who didn't have a great event, finishes 2 laps down. Jonathan Turner, 9 laps down in 27th. We saw him in the Ford. Anthony Wilkeman was out in the top 5, running in 4th position when he put that Ford in the wall. Going to finish 27 laps down in 28th. 29th and 30th, Jason the Line Dixon and Jeffrey Price. Well, we're waiting for instructions here. Are we going to go to break? We are going to go to break. Now, remember, we are not done. That's only the first half of our show. We're going to be back, cover an entire 25-minute qualifying event and another 80-minute race. Richard and I are going to go see if we can find something in the medicine cabinet that'll help us do this. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go far away. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel.
Just before you make the mics cold, Director, we go from a Formula One track to a Formula None track, so it's going to be fun.
If you haven't seen a race at Lime Rock Park, you're in for a treat. We'll be back in just a few. Hope you enjoyed that word from one of our sponsors. This is the Global Sim Racing Channel. We're going to do a quick interview here. We're going to talk to... Are we talking to... I'm sorry. I thought we were going to... We'll talk to George Johnson. Here we go. Let's bring George Johnson in here. George Johnson, who is stationed over in South Korea right now. This must be a nice Saturday night for him. George, congratulations on showing up here today. A nice 20th-place finish.
Hey, thanks, Soup. It was not uneventful, though, was it?
No, not indeed. The first lap looked nice and clean for you.
Yeah, almost. We got about halfway through the first lap, and then carnage, and my car was in terrible shape for the rest of the race.
Oh, I didn't realize that. We missed that. What happened?
We were going side by side, and another car. He had me into the corner, but from my perspective, it looked like maybe he pinched me over to the right too much, and then maybe a little bit of net code got both of us. But I ended up getting the bad end of the stick.
Yeah. Here's the good news about that. You can put that behind you because now you get to do it all again here.
I get a brand new car, right?
Yeah, a brand new car, but my goodness, I'll be honest with you. I have called a ton of races at Lime Rock Park, but they're always the little MX-5s. I have never called anything with this much power. Have you had much time to race over there yet?
I've tried a couple different cars there. That's why I'm driving the BMW today, because I actually like the way the BMW seems pretty stable there at Lime Rock, more than the other two cars that I like to drive, which is the Ford GT and that little Audi.
That's so funny. Richard and I were talking about that. We were asking which car would you like. I was going, put me in the BMW. That thing feels like a comfortable pair of jeans to me. So good luck. Try to keep it on the ground, okay? Going over the hill.
I will try to keep it on the go. Yeah, it's not going to happen. All four wheels every time.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thanks, Soup.
All right. This is Global Sim Racing Channel. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back to bring you the second half of our events today. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the IDA Drivers Association. It's the IDA, it's the iRacing Drivers Association. This is round 3, the second half from Lime Rock Park, and qualifying is just under the way right now. Drivers are putting in their first lap. It's a little shorter qualifying session right now. It's going to be 15 minutes. And if you don't know much about Lime Rock Park, let me tell you about it. It's located here in Lakeville, Connecticut. We had a nice little cruise across the Atlantic. Opened in 1957, and they took pride in using, at the time, what was considered state-of-the-art road and highway safety principles. The track was almost forced to close in '59 because of the residents complaining about the engine noise, but a compromise was worked out, and the track has been operating ever since. It's a short track, 2.4 kilometers, only 1.5 miles around. Lap times are going to be under 50 seconds, about 48 seconds. It's an asphalt surface and has 7 turns. But to get a better idea, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, imagine how many words a video would be worth. Let's go ahead and take a lap around Lime Rock.
All right, we've got Amjad Yammer to the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Lime Rock Park. Coming down to turn 1, this is pretty much the only place to outbrake someone for a pass. This is a long and trying turn too, so if you want to hit it right, try for a double apex. Squaring this off really keeps you from being vulnerable to a sneak attack. Switch sides quickly to set up for the left-hander and try to hold tight on the exit for a better entry into the S's. That'll dump you on a no-name straight where carrying momentum will be important. Now, as we come to the uphill, hold on tight because we're about to catch some air. Fast drivers can't be afraid of this, but make sure you've got the car headed straight before you let her fly. Before you know it, you've hit West Bend, where precision will pay off because there's a groove you'll want to hook the car into. From there, you plunge downhill in a diving turn where it's likely to be single file most of the day. Be careful not to push wide into the dirt on the exit, and if you kept it clean, you've now finished a lap around Lime Rock.
It does not take much time to get around a lap here at Lime Rock Park, under 50 seconds. I've called lots of races from this track, but I have never called one with the cars with as much horsepower as these GT3 cars have here, and you will see that they will actually be flying as they go over the hill. They go up the no-name straight and then do that right-hander and hit that rise. They will be flying. This should be very exciting. The good news is at least they're not having the chicane configuration, which would really throw a monkey wrench into the mechanisms. 15 minutes of qualifying going on. Richard Green, Eggs, and Hampstead out there on the pole right now. Simon Fakel, Blake Neck, all the familiar names. Jake Scully, Darren McKenzie sitting in 5th position right now. New Papa Clint Shane Smith in 6th. Arturo Amro.
Early times.
Yeah.
Early times in the qualifying, and let's see what sort of times they're doing. 49 seconds, 48.4, my word. That is not that much faster than an MX-5, which does 58 seconds. Okay, it's 7 seconds.
10 seconds is pretty fast.
Yeah, but if you think about the horsepower difference on a long track, that would be a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I want to say that, you know, this track, man, this is going to be an experiment. That's all I can think of it as being, because you've got this no-name straight, right? You've got turn number 1 and 2. Then you've got the only left-hand turn on the course, and you go into a thing called the Big Bend. And then after that, you got the uphill, and then you've sort of got the across the mountain, then you've got the downhill. It's just got no proper names. And it's as narrow as ever a track I've ever seen, as any track that I've ever seen. So, man, there's going to be no way to overtake. How are they going to do it except at the end of the straight?
Yeah, and even then, if a driver takes a defensive line, you can really fend off the driver. So, need to do a little bumping to get around here. We'll see. It'll be fun. It'll certainly be interesting. Totally different animal than what we just saw on that flowing track at Silverstone.
And having said that, Bill, I'm just counting up the cars here. Let's see. We've got a full 30. Is it 30 cars? Or we've certainly got 22, close to 30. There's some that haven't put in a qualifying time at this point, yes. But 30 cars it'll be that are doing the second round. So they've all turned up. Hopefully they've done some practice. Now here's a couple going over the hill there. Actually, the cars are pretty planted going over the crest there, Bill. It's particularly the BMW and the Mercedes. So good on them.
We'll see. It's going to be very entertaining here today as we get set up for this one. Everybody trying to catch their breath, the drivers as well. They still have about, let's see, counting down, they have about 8 minutes left to go.
Now, Richard Hampstead, interestingly, has got the top time at the moment. He had a really bad start in the previous race, so what's he going to do in this race? Gallen is in second place at the moment. Blakeney, the same names up the front there as you would expect. Simon Fagel down in 5th place with a 48.8. But now we're talking about tenths of a second difference between these drivers. A very little difference at all. So it's going to be a fun start. Still, if you can get into the lead position, P1 at the start of the race, I think half the battle's done, Bill.
Yeah, now this one's not going to flow quite as well. It's going to get pretty bunched up. You're going to have the, I guess they call it 1 and 2, if my memory serves right, is that first sweeping right-hander. Then you get in, I call it 1. Then you get into that left-hander. Things will really bunch up there. And then if that doesn't get you, you got the right-hander leach up, no name straight, and then hold your breath. You talk about, Richard, talk about walls being closed. This was actually the first track that I ever put any time on when I joined the iRacing service, and I must have put my car in the wall 100 times by the time going over that rise before I realized you have to keep the wheel straight.
Yeah, look, I think we've all done that, Bill. Let it be known that all of us had to start somewhere. And even though I had some real-world racing experience, in fact, a fair bit of real-world racing experience, I was no different from any other sim racer with my rookie start, and I spent a lot of time in the walls.
And this one, the walls are pretty close here, so not only is the track narrow, well, now turn 1 has a nice little golf course. It's about you have a fairway before you get to the walls there in turn 1. A little more general, actually, not so much turn 1, but coming out of turn 2 there. A little bit of room, but then when you get on the backside of the track, boy, there's some real close quarters, so attrition could play a huge factor today. Not only you putting it in the wall, but you bouncing back in front of other cars.
That is correct. And particularly going in the uphill and getting over that crest there, if you get it all wrong, you go into the wall there, you immediately bounce back off onto the track and you're a hazard for other cars. So it's going to be very dangerous. I just had a look at the details of the race, and I see we've got 80 minutes of this track to talk through, Bill. Is there going to be any cars to talk about at the end of 80 minutes? That's my question.
These are the exact same race details that we just saw at Silverstone. Same pit strategy, same amount of time, just a lot shorter and smaller track to deal with.
Yes, and there will be a lot of these drivers who will relish the fact there is not any driver who has joined iRacing that has not spent a lot of time at Lime Rock Park. A lot of drivers never get away from Lime Rock Park. They prefer to race on this track and the other rookie tracks like Laguna Seca and Summit Point and so on. But everybody knows this track, there's no doubt about it, and all that's changed is they've graduated to a much faster car. And looking at the way these guys are handling these cars, they're doing a fantastic job as far as I can see in the qualifying laps.
A lot of nostalgia here because probably a lot of drivers who haven't been here for a while. Richard Hampstead putting in a 48.3 is your leader right now. Luis Gallen right behind him, 48.4, 48.5 for Blake Neck. Like Richard said, all familiar names, but here's one that was a little farther down in the standings. Martin Slavasi sitting in 4th position right now.
And there's another name that's different. Arturo Amro was like in 30th place or something at the start of the last race because I don't think he put a time in. He is up in 6th place, better than Simon Fagel. Darren Huxham is in 8th place. George Johnson in the top 10 there. Good stuff.
I think George is happy because he's got that BMW. Now, if the BMW is notorious for being underpowered, but it should do pretty well here with some sweeping corners. It should be not a lot of long straights for it to be disadvantaged at. I think a BMW would be a nice car to have here as well. And it looks like Amro is in a BMW, sitting now in 6th position, and so is Johnson. Has 2 BMWs inside the top 10.
Yeah, that's interesting. Now, Gallen spending a lot of time off the track at the moment, but
Yeah, just
he's certainly he's got his time up there. He's in 2nd place.
so let's go through here and see any names that we think should be farther up that aren't. Everyone looks to be good. Hackson way down the list right now, sitting in 26th position, still in the pits. Again, there's a BMW as well, and you know he was really good at the big flowing English track that we were just on. So if Benjamin can get out there and put in a nice hot lap, he's got to get going here. He only has about 2.5 minutes to do it.
Yeah, there's very little time left. Riley Blythe is another one who's down. He was in 3rd and 4th position on track at the at Silverstone, but down here he's only qualified in 11th. Of course, this does not say where they're going to be running once the race proper gets started and settles down. But look for those first laps. Now, Bill, there's 2 strategies here. The first one is at the beginning of the race is the go like hell strategy, right? Get to the front if you can. The other strategy is patiently try to make your way through traffic. So which strategy would you pick?
As a back marker, count me in for this race. This is one where I'm going to go out there in my comfortable shoes. I'm going to stay off the wall, and I'm going to watch I'm going to pass all the fast guys while they're in the trees. And I'm going to find myself a top 10 on this one. Attrition is going to be huge today.
Well,
Richard, we haven't even talked about the big thing is going to be traffic.
Yes, traffic is the thing I was going to come to. Is the faster you are, the quicker you're going to catch up with the guys who are slower. And there's, after about 30-40 minutes of racing, there are going to just be cars passing other cars all the time. And so we are going to have our hands full with 30 cars on the track, Bill, in keeping track of everything, I would imagine.
Now, it's rarely that I get to commentate and have an expert. You should do lead, I should be color on this, because I can tell you that I know how to be a back marker here, and that's going to be a huge factor. And you would think that this would be a tough track to be that on, but it really isn't. If you're willing to lift just a little bit, there are plenty of places where you can let the lead cars by and not lose a ton of time. You just have to be willing to time it right, and you need somebody who will just wait till you get there. There's plenty of places just to let the guys by if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, well, let's just say that if you do the same thing that Richard Hampstead and who was the other guy that fell back in the last race there and then came through the pack, they're not going to be able to do the same thing with pass those cars and get back to the front. If you lose it here, you're going to be staying back and you're going to have to fight a lot harder to get back to the front. You still got time on your side, though. Now, it's still 80 minutes of racing.
As qualifying is just about finishing up.
And Blake Neck had a spectacular crash there just in front of the pits. In fact, spun his way into the pits after his crash.
Let's see, did everyone get in a qualifying time? Boy, Hackison never did get one in there. 58.5, he got one in, but not much. Is he still out there right now? Maybe on a hot lap right now. Hopefully he can get this one in. I don't know.
He got 50.057 I'm seeing here as his last lap. So hopefully that's not fast at all. 2 seconds off pace.
Yeah, I don't think that one even counted though. His qualifying time is 58.5 is the only clean one he got. He comes across right now and he got one in there. Put him up in 9th spot. There we go. That's a little more. Woo-hoo-hoo. That's waiting to the last minute. Okay. Well, that's going to do it. It's going to be a rolling lap around here, but it's not very far around. So, director, as soon as... Oh, we got to wait just a minute here. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the guys that had good races. Hampstead and Gallen here again. Net good. Keep an eye on Slavasi as well. There we have GSRC, our logo showing up there, and that beautiful red and white logo. Very familiar. It's GSRC. Been around now for 5 seasons. Now we're going to go ahead and bring up the starting grid for you, and we'll take a look at this one. It is Richard Green Eggs and Hampstead sitting on the pole. Outside of him, the winner of the last round was Luis Paulo Galan. Richard?
And in the row number 2, Blake Neck in 3rd position there. And then Martin Silvazzi, way up from the last race. He's in 4th place.
Row 3, 2 familiar names, Zachary Hanlon, and maybe a little farther back than we thought, Simon Fagel in the 6th spot.
And now I've lost the connection to the director, so I'm going with
Arturo Amro
Simon Fagel and Arturo Amro, 6th, 7th, and 8th place, Darren Huxham.
There we go. Benjamin Hackison and George Johnson round out 9 and 10. You want me to take it, or are you good, Richard?
No, I'm good. Jason Scully is in 11th place. Riley Blythe in 12th place.
Next row is going to be made up of Mark Simon and Darren McKenzie.
And then we've got Joel Petrovsky in 15th place. 16th place, Clint Shane Smith.
A little bit far back for Clint there. Philip Salty Morton and Shane Marsh. Marsh able to put in a qualifying time this time. Going to start in 18th.
And 19th and 20th place will be Jonathan Turner and Warren Pickering.
Jeffrey Price in the 21st position. Outside of him, Stephen Race Carmichael.
And David Miller is in 23rd, 24th place, Brenton O'Brien.
Jason Dixon and Peter Lynn in the 25th and 26th spot.
And then there's 3 to go. Shane Mezzomo in 27th, 28th place, Jacob Crabb, and 29th place, no qualifying time, Brock Cadet.
No qualifying time for Cadet.
And he's out there. So he's dead last at the moment, 29. 30 cars took the grid last race, 29 cars in this race. So they're pretty much all back here, excepting one.
How about off the top of my head that the Ford is not out here of Winkleman? That's pretty impressive that I could see 29 drivers and pick up the one that
good
wasn't
on
there.
you. Nothing wrong with your memory.
I want to take one of those IQ tests. That's pretty impressive.
Well done, well done.
Well, it helps that there was only one Ford in the first race and it didn't show up, didn't come back. So that kind of tipped you off. Okay. The time of day is late afternoon here. What does our weather look like if they work their way around here? Well, the weather is, why don't you, Richard, if you can pull up the weather, because my thing is in Fahrenheit and these guys are all metric.
Okay, so we've got partly cloudy. It's 32 degrees on track. The air temp is 28 degrees, so big difference between the two races. The winds are from the east at 7 kilometers per hour, and the humidity 60%, which is roughly what it was in the previous race. But the big news is it's a lot warmer. So 32 versus about 20 degrees it was, or 23 degrees it was at the last race. So an increase of about 9 degrees on the track as they go around over the crest.
That's
now,
the
looking
crest,
back from the last driver.
You can see the long shadows as it took us the whole day to get here. We did the first race in the afternoon. It is now late afternoon. Must have taken the Concorde as we flew across in just a few minutes. Okay, they are working their way now down the main straight, waiting for the pace car to pull in, and it does. Going to turn it over, waiting for the green flag now, turning it over to our pole sitter, and that is Richard Hampstead. Gather up the chickens, take cover behind the cows because the horses are out of the barn, and Richard Hampstead leads the stampede down into the first corner, working on the high side there. That is, of course, Luis Paulo Galan. He's not going to be able to get that done. Tucking into third spot is Blake Neck. Everybody else, there's a big crash in the back. We'll come back and get that a little later. Oh, my goodness.
Fagel was feisty on that first lap. He started even before the number one car took off, or the lead car took off, and now he's worked his way up into fifth place already. So feisty from Fagel. Feisty Fagel, I'm calling it.
Philip Morton, Shane Marsh involved in that crash on the first lap.
Darren McKenzie, Klein, Shane Smith off track as well. They could be caught up in that as well. Warren Pickering already in the pits. Shane Smith in the pits as well. So a big one. We'll cover that very soon.
look and get it right now if we can. So we'll go back and we'll look at the start. It happened right away after they got through the first sweeping right-hander. Now you can see them all heading up into the sweeper here. A little bumping and banging going on. That was between Hanlon got into it with Silvassi. And then we'll go watch and we'll see where this started. Okay, it started with that yellow car. If we can get a replay of it. Started with the yellow car of I lost it now. Pickering, I think we have it. Okay, we're gonna look on board with Pickering.
There's such a large amount of cars going in there that I'm not surprised that you can't pick the one that we need. Alright, back live we are, and let's have a look at your top three. So the leader at the moment, Richard Hampstead. Gallen in second place, no surprises there. Blake Neck back in third place, which was his position for most of the race at Silverstone. Fourth place, Zachary Hanlon, little way back there from the first three. There's a nice little gap between Hampstead and Gallen at this point in time, Bill, so they're getting into it. And it never ever fails, you know. They say, let's take it easy, guys. It's an 80-minute race, and then bang, into the second lap they go at it, hammer and tongs, and take each other out.
Did Gallen have troubles?
Now he's in second place. Oh, no, he's in third place now. Let's see if we can get a replay. Something happened. And Simon Mazzoma, oh my gosh, he's one of those in the big crash there. Sorry. Oh no, that was after. That's now.
Okay. Now what happened was Gallen got loose on the main straightaway on his lap number 3, and this was a mistake, and he got passed first by Blake Neck, and then making a run also on it was Hanlon, but Hanlon wasn't able to finish that job. So now Gallen is back running in third spot right now.
Yeah, Gallen's in third. Hanlon is in fourth place in the Audi. Now, I fancied the Audi at this track, so it remains to be seen how things will pan out after a few laps have gone past. Okay, here we go. Now, I'm having a look at Mr. Fagel. Fagel's got the big, powerful Mercedes-Benz there, and he is back in fifth place, so he's not making any impression at the moment on the guys in front of him, Hanlon and so on. So maybe the Mercedes is not the car for this track. But then again, Richard Hampstead is in a Mercedes, Bill, and he's leading.
Okay, I think I got everything working. It's always tricky when we come back for a second event. Sometimes things don't run quite. I think I'm back with you now, so let me take a deep breath. Hampstead out in front by about 2.6 seconds. Neck running about a half second ahead of Gallen, who made that mistake. Gallen running in third, right behind him, Hanlon and Fagel. A good battle going on back here. We thought Silvassi would be good. He's running in sixth, being challenged by Hackison. Remember, Hackison was able to get that last qualifying run in there. Then it's quite a bit back. Blythe running all by himself in eighth. Simon and George Johnson in that BMW running in 10th. He thought he might be competitive, and he is.
And Bill, already our leader Richard Hampstead is caught up with a slower car and passed him. That was, and I had it before, and I've just forgotten the name of the person.
Peter Lynn. Just got around Peter Lynn.
So traffic after 6 laps.
Up. And Peter's off in the grass. He got scared. Probably the best thing. Look at the runoff. We talked about runoff there. He's put it out of bounds on the fairway. He'll have to have a drop.
It's out of sight. Look, we shouldn't laugh. We shouldn't laugh. There were fast guys coming at him all over the place.
Just plenty of room there. That's a nice. If you're gonna get off track, that's a good place to have it because there's a lot of runoff there.
Okay, so Richard Hampstead, look at the gap. He's opened up 3 seconds on this track already. That's amazing. Behind him now, we've got
Blake Neck and Luis Paulo Gallen. They're running in second and third.
Looks like Fagel still trying to make every corner a passing maneuver. He has got Zachary Hamlin in his sights in the Audi there, and he wants that position. He's fighting for 4th place right there, and Hamlin is trying his hardest. Here comes Fagel behind. They go towards the uphill. He backs out of it here, but I tell you what, he was thinking about making the pass. He didn't get it done. Now they go across again into the right-hander. Now they'll go towards the downhill section and onto the front straight. Will he have enough momentum to try and catch
second
Hamlin?
place?
No, he doesn't.
Here we go. Second place, a pass here as we have, unless this is for a back. No, I believe this is a pass for second, right?
Pass. This is
Yes.
Nick and Gallen.
Going around the outside of Neck. Gallen gets that spot back. Boy, he just powered around Blake.
Yeah, they were battling there very hard going into turn 1, and turn 1 can be tricky. You've got to brake the car and turn it at the same time, which is fairly difficult to do, I would imagine, in these very heavy cars. But he's done a great job of passing there, but he's got a long way to go now. 4 seconds to catch up to Richard Hampstead.
Going to bring in Clint Shane Smith. He had a good run in the opening race at Silverstone, not able to follow it up. Clint had trouble right away on lap number 1. Clint, sorry about what you got into there.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I just got caught up in that first lap incident. I think it was on top of the hill, and I say second lap. So yeah, unfortunately, I had nowhere to go. I was right on the brakes. Yeah, the car coming straight across the track, I had nowhere to go. So which was a bit unfortunate because after a really good finishing position at Silverstone, obviously. To get a DNF in this one's going to really hurt me in the points of the round, obviously. So,
can we just break it for a second there, Clint? Sure. Just let me break in. Mackenzie, a big accident there, just by himself, and he's off against the wall.
Yeah, Mackenzie.
Yeah, I just said it. Can nobody hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Richard. Mackenzie put that car on the wall on the left-hand side, and then watch, he hits the barricade, and it takes it's like the Velcro part of the fence, and it bounces him back. This one. Mama Jean, remember, this is only simulated. Nobody gets hurt here, but this one, hope you got your seatbelts on. Hang on, folks. This is going to be violent.
Sorry for busting up the interview there, Bill, but that was a really big accident.
Clint, before we let you go, how did the track feel while you were out there in practice?
Very bumpy. But yeah, no, I mean, the track should be good. It's going to be a crazy race, this one.
Yeah.
A lot of lap traffic and that. But yeah, no, the track's actually really good for these cars. It's just, obviously, with having, 30 cars on the track and that, so it's definitely going to take its toll. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get back out there because I've got 40 minutes worth of repairs. So by the time I get back out there, it's not going to get 75% race distance. So I was hoping to pick up a few DNF positions, but oh well.
Well, we're getting back to racing. I don't think you're going to be the only guy who's going to have attrition play a factor. Good luck to you the rest of the season, Clint.
No, run, cheers for that.
Okay, Clint Smith wasn't able to put it together here for this part of the race.
Okay, so I was talking there, guys, and it sounded like you never heard me because you guys just talked over me there. Was that the case? Or did I disappear off the
you might have been gone there a little bit. We got most of it. We're hearing you right now, and that's the most important part as we look at this battle here with Hackison. You're good now, Rich. And we're seeing here that we have Hackison into this nice battle as we look with him. Oh, we have a problem with
Hanlon.
Has Hanlon had a problem?
Yep, taking a toll. Well, no, he's heading into the pits.
Oh my goodness! But yes, and he nosed it into the wall. Now this is coming up over the. No, this is the final corner. Boy, he just got loose. Interesting place to lose it. The car just got loose, and he could not catch it.
Yeah, and after he spun, he was just in front of the pit, so he's just driven in there. And now he's coming back out again. So why go into the pits? Probably just to check things out.
Well, he spun right in front of him.
He's got a bent wing, certainly got a bent wing there, but he's back out there and racing hard. Once again, he's side by side with somebody there. Let me see who that is.
Yeah, in a battle with Scully, and this is actually a battle for position, even with the spin and the drive-through pit lane. He's coming out in 14th spot. Boy, Hanlon does not like to make it easy on himself. I mean, he's Sisyphus in high heels. I mean, there's an easier way to do a race than this.
Maybe there is. But, this track is unforgiving. We said it. There's going to be, the attrition rate's going to be high. We've already got 4 drivers out of the race completely and another 5 sitting in the pits getting repairs at the moment.
What I think happened on Hanlon, I think he spun the car right there at pit entrance, drove it down pit lane and said, hey, I think it feels pretty good. I think I'm going to take it back out. And he's got pretty good pace right now.
I don't think he took, he stopped very,
no, I don't think we're talking about the director
stop.
if he stopped. I don't think he actually stopped. Maybe he did. He had to stop. So he came through, took a stop. Maybe our director is saying maybe he's in the pit window and, if he plays his cards right, he might be.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's out there and he's back on it. He's fighting, and there's another car off track. Is Steve Carmichael.
Yeah, I think director's gonna wear out the replay button today. I think
we got our hands full here with cars off track.
And there are so many, as we look at P4, there are so many places when you go off track that the walls are so close. Now we're looking at this is Fagel being challenged by Hackison. We're riding on board right now with Simon. No, I'm sorry, with Benjamin. Looking up at Simon.
And that's the BMW versus the Mercedes. And Benjamin Hackison is in the BMW. They brake there to go through the left-hander. Now they go around the big bend, as it's called, and then they head towards the uphill section there, and a little bit of a getaway there from Fagel. But here comes Hackison.
That's what I say. That's when the kids say, Daddy, go faster, and Mom says, honey, slow down.
Yes. And Dad goes, whee! The whole bunch of cars that are racing hard here. There's no relent from the top there, but our leader, Richard Hams, has got the same sort of gap at this stage of the race, Bill, that Gallen had on the field at the stage of the race at Silverstone, I think.
Let's go to 8th position. He's really not in a fight right now, but we got to give him a little love. This is George Johnson, got that BMW all by himself, running in 8th.
And 8th place puts him, 18 seconds off the lead, 4 seconds behind the next best car, which is Riley Blythe. So doing a good job, that 8th place, rather than, 18th or 20th in the last race.
Now, here's an interesting rule. If I am correct, did Hampstead finish second in the opening? I don't have my notes in front of him. I think he finished behind. No, it was not. It was the guy who was chasing Gallen the whole time.
Nick? Was it Blake Nick? I'll get it. Go. You go ahead. I'll get it for you.
If there is a tie as the driver who finishes the best in this second race, I can't believe I cannot think of the driver that it wasn't Fagel. He was it might have been Hampstead, was it?
Hang on, I'm getting it.
Good, Richard. I would really need to know who finished second in the. How all the people watching at home are yelling at me. They're screaming at the screen.
Yeah,
right
everybody's shouting, "Soup, soup, soup!" It was. Who was it? It was Zachary Hanlon finished.
Oh, there we go, Zachary Hanlon. That's what I knew it started with an H. That's what got me confused there. Hanlon right now not doing nearly as well as he did in the opening race.
Yes, well, let's run it down, Bill, because the viewers don't know what's happening at the moment. So, Richard
Not sure
Hampstead,
we know what's happening here. All right, you go.
What's happening.
All right, go for it.
Richard Hampstead is leading, and he's leading well, 5 seconds ahead of nearest rival Luis Paulo Gallen in second place. We said 5 seconds back. Blake Neck is in third place. Simon Fagel has moved up to fourth place now. He's 10 seconds off the lead. He's 1.8 seconds behind Blake Neck, so he will be hustling to catch Blake. Then we've got in fifth place Benjamin Hackison. Over to you.
Yeah, and we look at that. We're looking at that battle right there. Hackison. We'll stay on this for a minute because he's got Fagel right in front of him. Now they have the slow car ahead of him. This is David Miller. I hate to call David Miller a slow car, but right now they're working on lap traffic. Let's stay on this battle a little bit here. You got the yellow car of Fagel and the blue, what is going to be on my screen, it's blue. It looks like it's going to be white on your screen of Hackison. And again, Fagel trying to find a place to hide. Now, I'll give you a little advice here. You don't have to do it right here, but as you come around this corner, how about a little lift here? That boy! That's how you do it, David.
Yeah, really good driving there. We say good driving, and he was being passed, but he's being lapped at the moment by faster guys, and he moved out of the way. That is the way to do it. He's got a little bit of damage as well. No point in trying to hold up the fast guys.
But a little bit of lift. He doesn't lose any time. He just loses those few car lengths that he gives up there. And now he's got Slavasi behind him. This is in 6th position. Richard ran down the top 5. We got all the way back to Hackison running in 5th. Now you see Slavasi getting around Miller. He's in 6th position. We'll round out your top 10 for you. 4.5 seconds back to Riley Blythe, who's got about 3 seconds on George Johnson running in 8th position. Then a nice, boy, George, you got a nice cushion there. 8.2 seconds back to Mark Simon. And then Richard, boy, look at the gaps between these drivers so early. 7 seconds. Here's a name we didn't get to call too much the first time. Top 10 for Joel Piotrowski.
Yes, indeed. And Mark Simon, we didn't call too much either. He's up there in the top 10. You said it, Bill. The attrition rate is what's causing all these problems. And of course, now we've got the lap traffic, which will be a big factor in the rest of the race. Looking at Zachary Hanlon, I like to have a look at the fast guys who have fallen back and see what they're doing. Zachary, just overtaking a slower car at the moment there. That was, who was that? That was Jonathan Turner. He's just overtaken. He is trying to get now back up there into the top 10, but he's got a long way to go. 6 seconds off the top 10 for Zachary Hanlon.
I want you to watch. Let's go up to 4th position, and we're going to leave this 11th spot here for just a second. I want you to watch the difference between the Mercedes and the BMW. Now, the Mercedes is out in front. This is Fagel. The BMW gobbles them up through these twisty sections, and he runs them down. This is Hackison back there in that white car. They go, oh, it's spinning in front of them. That was a back marker. I believe that was, no, it was Blake Neck.
Oh!
Blake Neck almost broke his neck as he went over the rise.
He's got a stiff neck after that.
Oh no, spinning from 3rd spot, and now he falls back to 6th. The car has
anything?
no...
Let's get the replay. There's the replay. He's hitting tires, or did he miss it?
Oh, I don't know. He lost his bonnet.
Yeah, that's a hit then.
Oh, that's too bad. He was having a good run. He did not pit. I think probably he will stay out there maybe a couple laps, try to get in that window. See if
well,
he
I
can
tell you what,
the
his engine has got lots of cooling.
He does indeed. All right, so let me.
The rest of the car looks fine, Bill, and
it does.
Strange. I don't know.
All right, let me try to finish my point here with Fagel and Hackison. The difference between this the Mercedes and the BMW. You can just see the Mercedes just gobble up this BMW down the straight, and then I think once Hackison gets in front of Fagel, Fagel will have a hard time getting around. Look at the BMW close up through the sweeping corner and through this twisty section. He's really strong. Oh, and another spin in front. They miss him, and that was Cadet. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Brock Cadet was spinning right in front of Fagel there, and somehow he picked the right way to go. He went to the rear of the car. That's the golden rule. If somebody's spinning in front of you, aim for the back of the car. Go backwards, right. He did that, and he managed to get by, and I'm not sure, did they both did. The car following go by as well? Which
maybe on board from Hackison will be good, because then we'll get to see. Okay, we were on board. We saw that. There we go. My gosh, what a close one. Yeah, well, the point I was trying to make about the Mercedes and the BMW, which I'm giving up because the cars keep spinning, but the Mercedes is really good down the straight. The BMW really good on the back half. They are equally matched.
Benjamin Hackison was in a BMW, and He's still in 4th place at the moment, so he hasn't lost any positions, I don't think, from that spin. Or he may have lost the one position from Fagel, but Fagel's now up to 3rd place. And the other news is that for a moment there, Gallon was catching. It was 4.3 seconds just a very short time ago. Now it's up to 5.8 seconds, so Gallon must have had a big bubble.
No, it's all about traffic. If you look at Gallon, I've been watching it. Hampstead had to negotiate the same guys that Gallon just had to get around, and that was Scully and Marsh. They're in a battle for 15th position right now.
Yeah, so Gallon is fighting lots of traffic, you're right.
Yeah, Gallon got around there. Now he's got to negotiate O'Brien, and it's not going to get any easier. Arturo, now look at this. This is O'Brien in 14th position already as he gives it up. Now Gallon gets around him. Now he's got to negotiate Arturo Amro, running in 13th. Oh,
and Arturo put in the wall there, did he? Yes.
Yep.
Oh boy, the attrition is amazing. But we knew that would happen, Bill. Actually predicted that. I don't think it's a very difficult prediction either.
Okay.
Hitting the Armco on the left and then heading across the track into the tire barrier on the right.
Now, as far as big names that have had trouble, hasn't been that many. Pickering is out. Of course, he was running up there. Everybody else still running. Cars on the lead lap still. Hanlon still on the lead lap, running in 11th.
12 cars on the lead lap at the moment. My timing is scoring, telling me. And the 12th car on the lead.
We watched Richard there. Yeah, it's back to Jonathan Turner, I believe, 12th driver in 12th.
Yeah, Jonathan Turner. Yep.
In fact, why don't we maybe give a little love to these guys as they get past? So Jonathan Turner running in 12th. He will not be the last car on the lead lap for much longer as Green Eggs is right behind him. And here we go. Now let's see if maybe a lift here would be nice. You can wait till you go around this corner.
Yeah, you don't want to be lifting on that corner. That's the worst place to lift. You'll be right in the wall on the left. And here comes Hampstead. Hampstead not waiting around, but this time he's a bit more patient. And they're going to go right around onto the front straight before he attacks. And this is the point where you would imagine that Turner would lift, but Turner is not. So Hampstead's saying, oh, you didn't lift. Okay, well, I'm going to have to take it then. And that's what he does.
See, now the problem, what happened there to Turner, this is, again, we talk about this at the back motor meeting. If you would give a little lift down the straight and let the pass happen earlier, you can get a better entrance into that corner. What happens if you drive full speed, then you're side by side, and then you only hurt yourself. So, all right, I'm getting off my soapbox now. But
no, well said, Bill. Well said. That is exactly what he should have done because now he lost more time.
Dickinson has had trouble. Here we go. Look at this. And he's got into it. I think he's going to be. I had him blink out. There was a. Marsh, yeah, boy, and it looked like a lot of contact with Hackison. Marsh got the worst of it. Hackison seems to be okay. This could be one of the magics of iRacing there that looked like they were making contact and maybe they weren't. In fact, there were other cars that are involved too that kind of got through. Might have been a little bit of yesterday upon the stair I saw a man who wasn't there type thing.
Well, I'll tell you what, Shane Mars definitely had a big contact. He is way back to the pits. So he's done. Simon Fagel off track. What's going on there? Benjamin Hackison off track. Both of those guys have had incidents. Oh, there's a hit.
Yeah.
There's a hit there from is that who is it? That was Fagel.
I'm looking here. Was
Fagel's still going, but he's got damage because he was hit from behind as well as he was braking to try and avoid that spinning car. Meanwhile, what happened to Hackison?
Yeah, Hackison. I think Riley Blythe has had trouble, right?
Blythe.
We caught, yeah, that was Blythe who spun, who was running up there. Hackson has also had trouble. Hackson picked that up in that incident with Marsh. We were wondering if he was going to get any damage, and he did.
So Zachary Hanlon, who had his problems, he's looking good now. He's back up to 9th position already. A little bit of a bent wing, but that is the Audi from Zachary Hanlon, and he's doing really well. As attrition has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars in the pits, in their pit stalls at the moment, getting repairs. And Benjamin Hackerson is one of those that are in the pits of some of the top runners. Yeah, just saw that car there, and that slower car was the car of, where are you, Mouse? Here you go. It was Joel Petrovsky who got out of the way, but it was still close.
So if we look to see if there's a battle, I guess if we go back to that 8th position, that's probably your best battle. We talk about Petrovsky getting out of the way. Yeah, so Hanlon's on the move now. Let's go ahead and bring in Benjamin Hackerson, whose day, he was having a good day, then it ended early. Ben, nice run in the first race. Not so much luck here at Lime Rock.
Yeah, I think that was a bit unlucky, really. It's Lime Rock, though, isn't it? So it happens quite often.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of which one of you guys were going to get caught in, of which one is going to survive. If misery loves company, they're coming your way, buddy. I don't think you're going to be alone with the drivers who are out early.
Yeah, I think it's going to be worth going back out. I've got 10 minutes of repairs left, though, so I don't think I'll pick up too much.
How'd the track feel?
It's kind of warm out there for a late afternoon, but it felt good. If I didn't actually get a clean quali lap in, so I felt like I could have been top 3. It felt good out there. The BMW is very, very quick here. I don't know if there's any left now.
Yeah, no, the BMW, we still have George Johnson running up there in 6th spot. Yeah, we thought the BMW was going to be good. We saw your qualifying excuse me, you saw your qualifying there. You snuck one in at the very end. Probably wasn't as fast as you wanted, but it got you up there at least.
Yeah, it got me to, I think it was 9th in the end.
Right.
But, yeah, just judging by my race 1 pace and knowing the BMW is quite a lot better than any other car here, I was aiming top 5 really. So I was slightly disappointed, but it wasn't a horrendous position. Yeah,
it is disappointing. You paid the price at Silverstone and hope to get rewarded here at Lime Rock, and wasn't the case today. Well, good luck to you the rest of the way down the road, and keep it going, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Ben Hackerson, we'll be seeing him again. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I've been looking at all of the top 14 runners on the lead lap, and including some who are a lap down. The smallest gap between any of them is 2.2 seconds. So you got our leader Richard Hampstead with a 7-second lead over Gallen. Gallen has a 7.4 second lead over Silvasi. Silvasi has a 7-second lead over Blake Nick, and it goes on like that. Simon Fagel is 3 seconds behind Blake Nick, and so on and so forth. The closest is Joel Petrovsky, that pass that we just saw, and Zachary Hanlon, 2.2 seconds, and then David Miller versus Philip Morton, there's 1.8 seconds the gap. So not much racing going on at the moment, or close racing I should say. This is the point where, Bill, you start to look at your clock and say, when is this freaking race going to end?
Well, let's look at let's go to our leader right now, Richard Hampstead, as he's about to put one more car a lap down. Now that's Krabby. That's not the guy he's really trying to get to. It's the car up ahead of him, and that is Petrovsky there. Petrovsky running in 9th position, and he's going to give that spot up, and there goes Hampstead around him. So now there are 8 cars on the lead lap, but I think it's a little bit, I think he's going to have a little harder time catching Hanlon.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be catching each other in a hurry now, that top 8 cars. Two of the cars that were nowhere near the top 10 in the first race were Mark Simon and George Johnson. So they have done a really good job. They're 6th and 7th at the moment. George Johnson in particular has done a great job.
Now, let's go put the cameras on Luis Gallon here for a minute. All you fans of Gallon who are disappointed that he is running second, keep in mind, he won the Silverstone race. If he finishes second right now, basically everything they do here in these first 2 races mean nothing. You add up, like we talked about, buckets. Well, he's going to have the points that you get at Silverstone, points that you get at Lime Rock. If he can finish in second, he'll have the tallest pile. He will get the winner's share of the points today right now. Second is all he needs to run.
That is correct. And Richard Hampstead, if he wins this race, he will get the same amount of points that Gallon got for the first race. And I need to go and check, and I will, to see where he finished in the first race to try and figure out whether he's going to be better off than Gallon or not.
I would guess, I think Hampstead, I think he got a 5th place, if I can remember right. And boy, if I get that one right, somebody better buy me a Big Mac.
Hampstead came in 5th place. Your memory, there's nothing wrong with your memory, Bill.
Big Mac. When there's food on the line, I'm really intelligent.
All right, so 47 minutes and 38 seconds left in this race. 5 cars out of the race, including Warren Pickering. And we heard some information there. I missed that, Amjad.
We have to go back to the cars that are a lap down. This is a P12 battle between Salty Morden being chased down by David Miller. Boy, it's always fun to watch Miller race. I don't know why we seem to get on him all the time. He always seems to find himself in a battle. So this is 12th position, probably the best battle of all the cars that are running near the top, even though these guys are a lap down. There is just nowhere to pass. If you do not want to be passed here and you are anywhere close to a decent speed...
Sorry, Bill. Car in the wall. Brenton O'Brien trying to get back on the track there.
Oh, and Blake Neck running in 4th position almost got into the back of him. Oh my, watch Blake get on the binders here and just...
Ooh.
Yeah, now see, I think our director said, yeah, he was trying to let him by. You don't know, and actually Neck got him. That's not how you let a car by. Ugh. Come to the Backmarkers United meeting.
That's right, and collect your apple fritter, or maybe
That's
if
right,
you did such a bad move, you won't even get a bear claw.
You're slowing down right in the braking zone. All right. All right, now we're looking. I think what happened, this is Neck, and I think, you remember, he's already had that car, and remember, the car's had some damage. He's already lost the bonnet on it. Now he's had more contact, and now he's getting ran down by Fagel. I'm not even sure what he's driving. I can't even tell what he's driving because I usually look at the hood to tell. I think it's a Mercedes.
Who are we talking about? Blake Neck is in the Mercedes.
Okay.
And he is being run down here by Simon Fagel. So this is a battle for position, 0.5 of a second between them. Now that was big seconds previously. So obviously with that slowdown in the problem area there where we had the car spinning in front of him, he's been reduced now to 0.4 of a second in front of Fagel. Fagel slowly moving his way up from where he started, which I'm not quite sure. I'll have to check where he started, but Simon Fagel doing a great job, currently in 5th place.
Fagel had not the best qualifying for him. Remember, he qualified second in the Silverstone race, qualified 6th here for Lime Rock.
Well, that's still a good qualifying.
Yeah, up a couple spots. Again, if I'm on the pit box for Neck, I bring the car in. Now you're in your window. Let's come on in. Let's get the car running a little bit better. And I don't know why you would want to stay. I guess unless the car's feeling good right now, and it must be feeling pretty good because Fagel's not able to catch him.
Well, Fagel's car also looks pretty second-hand if you look at it from the rear. There, he's got chafe marks all over the place, and it looks like the back part of the car is slightly caved in. The side of the car on the left side particularly also caved in a little bit. So his car is second-hand, and so is the car in front of him. But I think we'll find that a lot of the cars will have some damage, as we see now that Simon Fagel getting more determined to try and make that pass, Bill.
Yes, they go over the rise now. Then there are so many right-hand corners here at Silver.
They're all right-hand corners bar one.
Yeah.
So, but mind you, there's only 7 corners. So 6 right-handers and 1 left-hander.
Now, I've raced, and you and I have both raced a ton of times here in the MX-5. A strategy that a lot of times you do is you change the left sides on the car because you're going around so much like almost like an oval race. I don't know if you can do that on these GT3s because it mixes up the balance of the car. We saw that that Gallen was able to do it. Boy, I'm getting some blinking also from Neck. Yeah.
Yeah, just. But the other thing, Bill, of course, taking tires with the way that the fuel goes in first and then the tires, that is a big problem. So I don't think any of the guys will be thinking about tires at all unless they've got a longish repair to do, in which case it's a bonus for you to take some fresh tires.
Yeah, I knew that. That's a 3 a.m. in the morning comment from the commentator.
Is that the time where you are at the moment, 3 a.m.?
3 a.m. Our director is 5 a.m. The sun's coming up in his land. Let's stay on this battle for fourth. In fact, here we go. Let's see. He's got a nice run. I think Fagel's going to duck that car and not going to force the issue. But
and the reason he didn't try it is because there's another car in front that he could run into.
This is Steve Race Carmichael. Let's see if what Carmichael does.
Off. That's Brendan O'Brien off on the side there.
O'Brien is off. O'Brien, of course, running well back here. Now, let's see what Carmichael does. They come up. Not a good time. You want to go through here. Just hold your line. There you go. Now, if you want to let these guys by, stay out there on the outside. Do a little lift. You can let them by. All right. Make them wait a corner. Stay on the outside. Do a left here. Let them come in on the inside. All right. I guess we're going to make them wait one more corner. All right. You can do a lift here. Now, don't go to the inside. All right. We prefer you to hold your line, but there we go.
And Bill, have a look at the timing and score. And you've got 6 cars on the lead lap. Last car on the lead lap currently is George Johnson.
We lost again. George Johnson, yes, indeed. He is running that BMW 35 seconds behind the leader right now. Boy, is Fagel finally going to get this pass made, I think. Boy, he's all over him.
No, not at all. In fact, Blake Neck just keeps him at bay there. They go through the uphill section once again, and see how he falls back, Bill. He just, I think he's down on power, and that's why he can't make up enough ground to get alongside Blake. Now he can put the power down, and
we lost the Richard. Now, what we need to, oh, there's a car on the end. Well, that's one way to let him by. That's Benjamin Hackison. He probably brought that car back out. I think he's probably exiting the pits right now. We had that interview with him. He said he had about 10 minutes of repair, so the car must be feeling good. Bringing that BMW back out. Running in 18th spot.
Sometimes when you bring the car back out, it's just as bad as it was when it went in.
Okay, let's stay on the battle here for fourth position again. So they're coming up now on the back of Jonathan Turner, running in 10th spot. Yes, oh boy, I think we have to pass Fagel. If he really wants it, he can force it now. He gets on in there. A mistake finally from Neck, and Fagel's able to take that spot. At least now look at him take the defensive line. Like, under power is right, Richard, because look at Neck's car really have a run down the straight.
Yeah, and Fagel went defensive immediately there down the inside. So he's trying to hold on to that position.
Now, one of our cars on the lead lap, George Johnson, has brought it in, running in 6th. He was the last car on the lead lap.
Okay, so 39 minutes to go. He's with.
And we have
maybe he's taking some tires, or not sure. Let's have a look.
It was a long stop for
21
Johnson.
seconds, yeah. Didn't see any tires. In fact, there wasn't enough time for tires to go on.
Yes, he was in there for Well,
Okay, let's run it down, Bill.
Richard clearly having issues with his microphone, as he can only talk for about 3 or 4 words and then he cuts out. Sometimes that's all you need from Richard Losper, though. Richard, if you're going to make a point, try to make it at the beginning of your sentence. Richard Hampstead running in first position by 11 seconds over Luis Paulo Gallon running in second position. Again, Gallon comfortable where he is. Let's stay on Gallon for a minute here as he's coming up behind O'Brien and Mark Simon. We'll see if Gallon makes the move here. I'm sure these back markers are beginning to get annoyed of my critique of their strategy, so we'll just watch it. You be the judge. That's nicely done as O'Brien gets out of the way. We'll go on to third position here with Martin Slavasi. My goodness, he's running all by himself as well. 7 seconds up on Simon Fagel, but plenty of time for Fagel to get there. He's put 1.2 seconds between him and Blake Neck. We saw that battle. Neck now falling back to 5th position. Zachary Hanlon back in 6th spot, about 4.5 seconds ahead of Mark Simon, who's got 13-second lead. These are all cars 1 lap down now.
I am back, Bill, after
You are
some
back.
gremlins. Can you hear me?
Hi, we can hear you loud and clear, and I missed you.
Did I miss anything? I don't think so.
We're doing a rundown of the top 10. I got to 8th position. George Johnson, who made a stop in 9th, and
Philip
Turner.
Morton.
Oh, Salty Morton has put it in the wall.
Another Mercedes bites the dust. How many
that's-
cars on the lead lap now? 5.
That's
5
just
cars on the lead lap.
coming over-
1.4 seconds between Blake Nick and 4th place, which is Simon Fagel. So he's moving away now, Simon.
Let's go with Blake Neck, because he's got a little bit of traffic to work around. Riley Blythe in front of him. All guys in different agendas. Blythe 17 laps down. Then there's Brock Cadet, who is 2 laps down. And Fagel has already negotiated these guys. And then you got another slow marker off there, as that's Cadet getting out of the way.
Now, the other thing is, Bill, of course, we're in the pit window now. So guys will be thinking about pit stops. But we do know that they can go up to an hour. In fact, one case at Silverstone was 70 minutes that passed before we saw the pit stop. So 36 minutes to go out of 80. That means 44 minutes. So they can still go another 15 minutes or so before thinking about pit stops. As we see Zachary Hanlon off track for a moment. He's back on.
Hanlon, your first car 1 lap down right now. The only driver really of the front rows to make a stop is George Johnson, running in 9th position. Look for him to pick up some spots. I think George is eyeing a top 5 here.
George is doing a great job.
Oh, you know what? And our director points out, though, that Johnson had that long stop. Hanlon is in the grass, and he brings it back out. That Audi got loose on him. Took a little trip through the Connecticut countryside. Gets it back out on the tarmac.
So Hampstead has got a 14-second lead. Who would have thought at this track over an excellent driver such as Gallon? Martin Silvasi, Bill, there's somebody who's done a fantastic job and really picked things up from the last race.
Yeah, I think the track is comfortable for him right now, running in 3rd spot.
Yeah, he was in 11th spot. In 11th place he finished in the last race, so not too bad a finish there for him. And of course now in 3rd place he'll pick up some good points for this race if he finishes where he is at the moment. Then there's no guarantees of that.
You know, if we can put the camera on Richard Hampstead, if you've watched GSRC, if you've ever watched us cover multi-class racing, what Hampstead is doing to some of these guys, it really looks like he's in a different class of cars. He comes up on the back of some of these guys, really picking them up, picking them off really quick. Now here we have, he's coming up, he's got Scully, and again, all these cars on different agendas. Scully, 1 lap down, coming up behind Carmichael, who's 8 laps down. And meanwhile, Hampstead, he can take his time. He's got Richard a 15-second cushion. He can wait for just the right time to get around these guys, if it's in his nature to do so.
Yeah, you're right, Bill. He's definitely in a class of his own at the moment at this track. Steve Carmichael in front of him now. Carmichael's in the tricky part of the course. How is he going to let him by now? This is an opportunity for him to just lift a little bit and let Hampstead by. He's not doing that. He's fighting for the position. Hampstead has a bit of a look, decides it's not a good idea to try the pass going into the uphill. And there goes. Now, why didn't he lift? Why didn't he lift?
Well, that's one way to let the leader around.
Dear, oh dear.
And this is what Hampstead has to put up with. Here's his race right here. Could have all gone south right here.
You know what? At this track, it doesn't matter what car you're in. This is what happens with every race at this track with large fields.
So that is dodging a bullet. Green Egg's out there still now with a 14-second lead over Gallon.
Now, I've been all around his car, left, right, and center, and I am looking for damage. I can't see any damage on this car, so there's a little bit of a crinkle in front there, so he may have tapped somebody, but not hard enough to cause any kind of damage, really. So the car really is in immaculate condition for having raced for 48 minutes.
We go back 15, we get back to 14th position. Those cars are 4 laps down. That would be Brock Cadet. 13 drivers who really haven't had an issue, I would say, all the way back. And Salty Morton has had an issue as well. We've seen him in the wall. So maybe 12 cars. Miller, Scully, Turner, Petrosky, Johnson, Simon, Hanlon. We know that some of these guys have had trouble.
Oh dear. Riley Blythe turned around, facing the wrong way again, and has just taken the tow and gone back into the pits.
Yeah, Blythe, that's going to be it for that car. He was already 17 laps down. He's put it in the wall again. And go have a Wally be darned somewhere. Your night is done.
Now, it's quite hot in Australia, so you'll probably head for the showers now and say, well, that's that for that race. I'm never ever racing at Lime Rock Park again. Who said this was a great track? Those are the sorts of things that go through my head when I fail at Lime Rock Park, as we all do from time to time.
Blame it on the track. A good carpenter never blames his tools, Richard.
Well, then why are you in charge of the Back Markets Association?
I'm looking for a battle anywhere to be found, even cars that are 7 or 8 laps down, and there's just nothing out there right now. So we'll just focus on some of the leaders working their way around traffic.
Yes, the closest that I can see is 2.2 seconds between David Miller and Jason Scully. I wouldn't exactly call that a battle.
Crowds.
It looks like 19 cars only are still running. 2 in the pits and a whole bunch of them out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 cars out of the race.
Let's go to 14th here. These guys are not really in the battle. This is Brock Cadet being chased by George Johnson. Johnson gets the pass made going into corner number 1, and Cadet just surrenders the spot. Johnson running in 8th. Remember, he's made his pit stop, although it was a long one.
Yeah, he should have enough fuel to finish the race now, Bill. So George Johnson, really the first of the pit stops. Zachary Hanlon had a pit stop. I'm not sure what lap that was. That was only 6 seconds. So that was his drive through the pits, if you recall.
Yeah, Hanlon's been out there for 48 laps right now. I think he probably has one more to go.
All right, well, Richard Hampstead still just cruising along, 15 seconds in front of Gallon. Let's have a look at Gallon. I haven't had a look at his car. We've had a good look at at Richard Hampstead. So let's have a good look at Gallen. Now Gallen is not exactly in traffic. There are a couple of cars in front of him that he'll be catching up to very nearly in a lap or two. But he is also looking like he's got his car complete and whole with no damage at all that I can see. Also a little crinkle on the front there, on the front hood of the car. But other than that, pretty much the same as Hampstead. So these guys have really managed to stay out of trouble, Bill, and that is why they're at the front of the race right now.
Brock Cadet just had an off in the left-hander, the only left-hand corner. He looped it around. Did that right in front of Philip Morton and Joel Petrowski. Brings the car back out.
Now, in front of Gallen, there's some sort of a battle going on. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, yep, you think it's a battle, but it isn't. This is a driver in 15th position going around a driver in 6th. That's Hanlon. Zachary Hanlon, 1 lap down. Going around Steve Carmichael, 9 laps down. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and stay at Gallen here as he has to negotiate these.
Yeah, Gallen coming up to Carmichael now. Carmichael just been passed, of course, by Hanlon. And Hanlon's still doing a great job out there, I think, because he is in 6th place. He had that early drama, but he's managed to get through that. And since then, he's been on track and just been carrying on with the job of getting through this race. And that's good to see.
Now, we'll stay
so,
with
Bill,
this.
I wanted to make a little comment about yourself there. You're starting to sound tired, like you're talking slower and slower and softer and softer. So don't fall asleep on me, buddy.
I'm here. I'm with. They're asking me a lot here. It's this time of the morning, and give me a little bit to cover. I'm trying to find some excitement out here. Let's talk about this part of the track as you come up here. Now, this is a tricky part if you want to let drivers by because the straightaway kind of weaves back and forth. The racing line is kind of tough. If you're a fast driver coming around behind somebody, that's a really tricky place. You have to be careful. Then when you get over the rise, it's all pretty much straightforward around this section. Well, let's go ahead and stay in Gallen here and see as he runs down Hanlon. I can't believe that I'm actually saying that. Hanlon's going to certainly put up some type of battle. It'll be a while, I guess, before Gallen gets there because Hanlon certainly has the pace to stay out in front.
Yeah, Hanlon's a very good driver. And so is Gallen. So these guys are used to racing each other on other tracks. But this track is a great leveler. That's the way I look at it. It doesn't matter whether you're a back marker. And this is good news for you, Bill. If you're a back marker, this is the track you want to be racing on because you can actually be up there with the fast guys.
Shane Smith back out on track. Good to see that. Let's look at Slovasi right now. Slovasi running in 3rd position has just got around George Johnson and also negotiated around Clint Shane Smith. Slovasi having a nice run in 3rd. Now remember, the points are added up from what you did in the first race and what you did here in the second race, and then basically however you line up, that's the points you're going to get for the event. So you're not going to get to add up your points. You don't get double points here today. It's just like a normal single race. And right now the guy's getting the lion's share is going to be Luis Gallen.
Yeah, I just want to have a look. So Richard Hampstead leading. He was, where did he, 5th in the last race. So Gallen is in front of him for sure.
Now look at now, this is interesting. If we go to 7th spot. Now this is Slovasi in a battle with George Johnson. Now you may think, what is George Johnson doing in here? He's a lap down. But George has already made his pit stop, and in theory he could be running here and racing these guys. Slovasi still has to make a stop, so if Johnson can get around and put a little distance on him, maybe he can come around and pick it up later.
Well, what Johnson would be doing is he'd know that that Slovasi, is in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So what he wants to do is get behind him and use him just to lead him around the track.
Could be too.
And also, if there's any dramas in front of him, Slovasi will be the first to encounter those dramas, and hopefully George Johnson might have an opportunity to avoid, because there's traffic all over this track, and Silvasi's coming up on a couple of those in front of him, and George Johnson following behind is just able to have a little buffer in case it's a trouble. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. They're coming up back here on the 556 car of Jake Krabby, and then ahead of him is Mark Simon in the 69 machine. They work their way through the final corner. Krabby, should they catch it, Krabby at a good spot. Now, just stay out there. There you go. You want to keep a nice straight line and let the faster cars take
Can
the
Johnson
inside.
make it?
And there we go, and they get on in there. That's nicely done. Both those cars get
well
through.
done, yep.
And now they get to work on Mark Simon. Now watch the BMW of Johnson, how good it is through this section. Stays right with Silvasi.
Yeah, you're quite correct. And then you get a bit of an open stretch there, and away he streaks the. They come up off the uphill, and you'll see they close up. Johnson will close right up again as they go into the slope. This downhill and this corner, the last corner, turn number 7, is quite tricky, because if you get out on the gravel there, you can lose it, and that's your day done.
We've got something to watch at. We're excited here as I'm going to get to call a battle. It's Jason Scully ahead of David Miller. You know what? If you want a battle, just look for David Miller, because he'll be in one. Here we go. This is a battle for 10th position. Interval is about 1 second. It is an Audi against the Mercedes. These guys are both 2 laps down, but at least we're looking at a battle for the 10th position.
Yeah, 0.9 of a second now. So Miller, who's in the Mercedes, as you said, he's starting to catch up there with the driver in front, and they go through the right-hander there now, and they go into turn number 3, which is your left-hander. Jason Scully is the one up ahead of him, and he's catching. He's not quite there yet, but at least you're right, Bill. This is some sort of a battle. It's 1 second. Oh, Martin Silvasi off track somewhere.
So that Silvasi was off. You know, he was in that battle, and he didn't hit anything. He just put it off in the sand, and that's going to allow George Johnson to get by. He was working on a back marker. He was trying to get around. Yeah. Well, that's Mark. Oh, actually, Johnson. Yeah, Johnson in that battle with Simon. There we go. They were running up on him. Yeah.
And Feigel's caught up, Bill. Feigl is now caught up to Silvasi.
So here we go. So we're going to now, all of a sudden, we got some stuff going on here. We have Feigl. Actually, he's going to make a run. He's trying to get around the mark. That is Silvasi he's going around. On the outside, Silvasi on the inside. They got the back. They got the lapped car of Carmichael. Steve cuts across. They're going to have to back off now. Silvasi able to hold off Feigl. I thought Feigl had that thing done.
Yeah, but there was that car in front there. There was no way for him to go if he had gotten past, because he'd have to brake really late into turn 1. So he didn't. So that he's going to wait until Martin Silvasi passes the back marker there. Then he'll pass the back marker, then he will attack. And that's my thinking. But of course, I could be wrong.
So the drivers must have heard the soup was getting a little tired, so they thought they'd give me a little action here. So we got a battle for third. And sure enough, then we got that one, and we'll keep an eye, and we'll come back in a minute, and we'll look at that battle, Johnson and Simon in battle as well. That's not quite as tight as this one, though. Let's stay on Silvasi as they work on the inside now of Carmichael. Good job from him as he keeps it high.
Tight into turn 1. But Feigl does it. He's past the back marker, and now he's on Silvasi. He's right on him, Bill. Yeah, it's time for you to get excited. I'm going to keep you talking. Go ahead.
Well, we'll see what Silvasi had. Remember, he was well out in front, but then he had that spin. So we really don't know if Feigl ran him down or if it was just because of the spin. My gut tells me that Feigl has the pace to get this done. They work their way over the rise now. Out in front, it is Silvasi trying to hold on to third position. Now at Lime Rock Park, if you don't want to be passed, it's pretty easy to defend. Let's see what type of line that the sliver takes as he comes around this final corner. If he stays to the right side of the straightaway, you know that he's serious about holding on to that position. He really doesn't have to be defensive here, though, Richard, because Feigl wasn't close enough to make a move.
And we also know that Fagel's a little down on power, so catching up on the straight there. So this is really, if he's going to get it done in tighter parts of the course here. So Mercedes on Mercedes. So this is going to be, there's no advantage. They're identical cars, but they could have different setups, and we've got a little bit of damage, or a lot more damage on Simon Fagel's car. But he's doing a great job. He's right there at the moment. They will brake now. They'll go into the right-hander, then they'll go to the downhill, and they'll take the last corner, corner number 7. There's a car up ahead there, but the car is far enough away. And look at Silvasi managed to just pull away on the front stretch there. So Simon Fagel's going to have his work cut out to pass Silvasi.
What's nice here is we're going to have one of those rare solar eclipses where we're going to have the two best battles on the track get together right now. And that's Silvasi and Fagel battling for third. And they're coming up on behind Mark Simon, who is trying to run down George Johnson. But Johnson has left him behind in that BMW. So now let's see what's going on here with Silvasi. You know, Fagel's going to have a hard time making the pass because I think he's faster during the twisty sections. But like Richard said, he's down on horsepower. And the place that's the most easy to pass is down that main straightaway. And if you don't have the horses to get there, it's awfully hard to make a pass work. Here we come. We'll see Silvasi running up on behind Mark Simon. Now Simon is not going to want to let these guys by if it costs him position, because he still has hopes of catching up to George Johnson. Don't go on the outside. No, man. Talk. And see, that was, oh, that's just bad racecraft there. Maybe we can get a review of that, although you all saw it. I don't know why Silvasi thought he needed to go onto the grass. Mark Simon, you did nothing wrong, buddy. That's what you're supposed to do as a back marker. Hold your line there. Let him go to the inside. Silvasi thought he'd do it on the left, and it cost him. And now Simon Fagel has the spot. There you see it.
That is correct. And now Simon Fagel can use the track to his advantage, and the places where he's faster, he can really push a little bit harder. Silvasi has been in third place now. Simon Fagel holds that position. Who would have thought about 40 minutes ago? And by the way, Bill, the laps are running down, and the clock is running down as well. 16 minutes left in this race, a little over 16 minutes. Silvasi, this is still a battle. The battle is not over. Silvasi has opportunities to try and take that position back. But can he outdo Fagel? We've seen that Fagel is very, very good. And once he gets ahead of you, you very rarely get past him again.
Let me just give a quick mention to the friends and family and fans of the Sliver. I love you. I'm just cranky. It's 3:30 in the morning over here, so we love you, Martin. All right,
I don't blame you, Bill.
Fagel up to third. Martin Silvasi back to fourth. Richard is happy because he lives in Australia. Richard ends up doing most of these calls at these godforsaken hours, so Richard is actually over there smiling at for once I have to do it.
And if I may be so bold, Bill, I will say that currently the time in my place here is 9:32 p.m. I have to be up at 2 p.m. again to catch the next broadcast, which is going to be, of course, the MWT.
That's right, the MX-5 World Tour opening round. We got to be back here in about 6 hours.
So when you get to bed, Bill, you better sleep quickly.
Yeah,
you better put your sleep on fast.
I'll sleep extra hard.
Because you're not going to get much time to actually do a lot of sleeping. But it's been a fantastic weekend. The Apex online racing events that we covered, is also a doubleheader, was fantastic. And now we're covering this doubleheader. This is... I know that the racing doesn't look all that exciting, but you know it's the battles in the battle is what we look at sometimes, and they're always fascinating.
Oh, and watch. Richard, how many times we've done this enough? How many times have we been covering one of these, and all of a sudden you think it's all locked up, and what do you find out? Hey, let's go to 10th position here. This is Scuzzy, Jason. Oh, there's a car off in the right in front of him, going off. That is Carmichael. Carmichael, always excited. When we get there, quick replay on that. And what was going on here is this is a battle for 10th position between David Miller and Jason Scully. And I got to admit that it's always good to have David Miller in a race, because he's never too far away from somebody trying to either pass him for position or him trying to pass somebody for position. Right now, he's 1 second ahead of Jason Scully right now in this battle for 10th.
So I want to ask the question here. There are 5 drivers, well, there's 7 really, but a couple of others are far further behind. But the 5 leading cars at the moment have not made their pit stops. And there's only 13 minutes left in this race. So it's going to be the quickest splash and dash, I would imagine, and then they're back out there battling again. 22 seconds the lead Richard Hampstead has on Gallen. He's got to really have a horrible pit stop or be involved with traffic and have a crash for him not to win this race, I would think, Bill.
Yep, top 5 have not come in, along with Mark Simon and Joe Frosty also. Salty Morton has not been in as well, running in 12th position. Getting close.
So
we knew there'd be a big window.
I'm wondering if George Johnson is close enough.
I think George is
to
good.
Any one of them so that he can pass somebody when they're in the pits. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, Johnson had that long stop, but let's see the difference. I can probably look for an interval here. It looks like it's about
30 odd seconds.
Should be able to get up to Hanlon, maybe, huh?
Well, he's 11 seconds behind Hanlon, and that is a genuine positional difference. Fagel. Yeah,
From
Fagel's
third
coming
spot.
into the pits now.
Slavasi stays out, so Slavasi takes over second. Neck stays out, so Neck is going to take over. Slavasi gets third, Neck takes over fourth. Hanlon has yet to come in, and Fagel is rolling, so he's going to cycle out in 5th position.
Yep, that's correct. So I'm very interested in Hanlon versus George Johnson. I think you can get him when Hanlon pits.
Oh, I think so too, and I think actually Johnson has a shot. I talked about him getting the top 5. I think he has a shot even to get Neck as well, who's going to be running in 5th position at the time.
Yes, you're right.
Remember, Hanlon came in really, really early.
Yes.
Maybe, you know what, Richard, we're getting close. He might be in his window. He may not have to come in.
Maybe, because you can get 70 minutes. So, and he has had a pit stop. If he's taken any sort of fuel, then and topped up when he went in, he should be okay, actually.
Remember, the sliver is in right now. Remember, Hanlon had that spin right at pit entrance and came in. Slavasi is out. Neck is in as well. Fagel has got around Slavasi. So let's go ahead and see where George Johnson is. George is just coming down the main straight right now. I don't know if he's going to get there. Neck is rolling. Johnson is going to be back behind him by about almost 3 seconds. Didn't get there, George.
2.6 seconds at the moment. He's still got a little bit of momentum, but he didn't get there. And Blake Neck is out in front of him now.
Hanlon running in 5th right now. Johnson
Hanlon's in
behind.
5th, yep.
Yeah, you know what?
Hanlon is off track briefly, so that's probably nothing.
It's really too bad for Johnson. I think Johnson had a real shot to get a top 5. I think he just took a really long stop that's going to come back to haunt him. So we're still waiting for Hampstead to come in. He's got to be coming in this time. In fact, he's coming around that final corner right now. Let's see if Green Eggs brings it in this time. And he decides that he's going to do this without a stop, apparently.
Well, he's got to stop. Surely you can't get more than 70 minutes. It's now 9 minutes left in the race, so he's already done 70 minutes in that car on the fuel, on a full fuel tank. So even if he stopped now and took the break, he's got a gap of, 25 seconds. He's at risk, but oh no, Gallen's pitting. Gallen's got to pit as well. So Gallen has pitted. Now Hampstead will, knowing that Gallen has made his pit stop, he'll pit as well.
Now this is where the rookie just has to bring it in. There's no hurry there. Everybody take your time till he gets a little bit close to the top of the box. Tell the invisible pit crew just to relax. Just put in the fuel normally. We don't have... Take plenty of fuel. There's no reason to short fill. And he starts to roll, and he's out comfortably ahead with 41 seconds of cushion between him and Fagel.
I tell you what, Bill, we are going to have battles all over the park here in the last 5 minutes. Here we are, Richard Hampstead behind Gallen.
Yeah, you wanted a battle between Gallen and Fagel? Well, here you go. Or between Hampstead and Gallen, you got it.
But Hampstead still has to put Hampstead's behind Gallen at the moment. Is that right?
What? Yeah. Well, what Gallen needs to do here to get the win is a little brake check. That's.
No.
Just a thought. All right. And now he should peel off this time. And here comes Green Eggs coming in finally.
Yeah, he's almost a lap ahead. So, that's 48 seconds ahead. He's got enough time to get in and out before Gallen can get anywhere close to him. So, Richard Hampstead, just do your thing. Now, we've got... everyone's pitted. Gallen has just did 6 seconds. That was a really fast pit stop. So that... Zachary Hanlon's 6.4 seconds was longer than Gallen, so I'm guessing Hanlon's got enough fuel to go to the end now.
Yeah, that's our only question, to see what Hanlon can do running in 5th spot. He's got about 8 seconds on next. So we'll see if Hanlon can get there. I got a hunch was seeing how long that Hampstead just ran this thing. That gives us a good indication. If you can run it that long, that means if you can pit that early as well. I think Hanlon's probably good. What a fortunate place to... He had that spin, Richard, he had that spin right at pit entrance where he was able to spin, come on in, top off. That's why he wasn't there very long. He just topped it off with fuel, which whatever he could pack in the tank. Yep. He've only been out there for a little while and then filled the distance. Nice job, Zachary.
That is correct. So, got a battle from our director talking about a battle at P10.
And of course it is David Miller in this battle here with Scuzzy. Now Scully not able to run him down. Miller just out there in front with about 6 minutes to go. We'll keep an eye on this one. Best battle out there as everyone's made their stops now. Oh no! George Johnson and Blake Neck have got together. Now that was
restarting.
That was for position, I believe, as Johnson had ran him down. This was a battle for 6th.
Let's get the replay.
Johnson comes in there
off the track at the moment. All happening at the moment.
Yeah. Now, no harm done. I don't think they're going to lose any positions, and they all had a big cushion. I think that, let's just keep in mind that Neck was running in 6th at the time, and Johnson was running in 7th. Johnson has 49 seconds back to 8th place, so if he can just limp that car around, I don't think it's going to be any damage.
Yeah, he's still good. He hasn't lost the position, and neither has Blake Neck, actually. They in the same situation that they were.
Yeah.
Excepting now, Johnson is again 7.6 seconds back from Blake. So, opportunity lost, perhaps.
Oh, George made a run for it. He had a shot at him, and...
Yeah, why not?
George, yeah, could have waited maybe a little bit longer there. He didn't have to make it there, but he had the chance. The good news is I don't think it's going to cost either one of them any positions, and the IRT will take that into account as well, as they say, hey, nothing really happened there, good boys. Let's just chalk it up to
a racing incident. That's what they call it. And yes, a good IRT will always take into account what was going on around the cars at the time. I don't believe that they need to second guess the drivers, but they certainly need to take into account all the factors. And the factor there was that none of them, they continued on racing and none of them lost a position. So that's all good. Let's get back. I think it's time we put the camera on our leader, Mr. Richard Hampstead. He's had about 2 minutes of screen time in this whole race. There he is. The last time we looked at him, he was passing cars. Now he's by himself out there, 27.7 seconds. That is more than half a lap ahead of his nearest rival, which is Luis Paulo Gallen. Gallen and Hampstead certainly the pick of the drivers for this particular race. We're not forgetting Simon Fagel, who's in 3rd place at the moment. He's been in battles. He's got some damage to his car, but he's kept going, and he's in an excellent 3rd place. Martin Silvasi gets my award for probably the most improved driver from the last race to this race, Bill. He's in 4th place at the moment, and today.
Absolutely. Cut out there a minute, but you're back now. Having a great run. You know, Fagel running on the track right now. The car right behind him is the race leader, so only 3 cars on the lead lap. Let's check back in on David Miller. I haven't looked on that for a while. What you doing there, David? Oh, we got something interesting here. Miller now has some traffic to get around. He's got the Arturo Amro, who Amro has spent his time in the Armco, but he's doing okay. Running in 19th overall. He's got Brenton O'Brien up ahead of him, so this is going to be interesting as Miller trying to hang on to that final top 10 spot with Jason Scully right behind, looking for any opportunity, and maybe these slower cars could be that opportunity. Oh, look at that. Amro pulls over, lets the 2 guys that are battling for position go by, and I don't think that Scully's going to be close enough to make a move there.
And Fagel's coming up behind these 2 at the moment. So Fagel needs to just be a little careful, because these 2 will be battling for position. That's David Miller we're talking about, and Jason Scully. So, and there's a slower car in front of them as well. So actually he's quite far in front, but at this moment we need to be real careful, Mr. Fagel.
Oh, and George Johnson lost it on the final corner. He was coming up behind. No reason to do this, George. You just got the BMW out there. You had raced the car so long, and he bounces it into the... George.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. After that long a race, we're talking about 2 minutes from the end here, Bill. That class is as tragic, in my opinion.
George, don't you dare come into the interview room. I'm not bringing you in to talk to you after that one. That's...
Bill starts to get obstropolous.
Oh, come on.
The real word is obstreperous, of course, but I'm just making a little bit of fun. So, yep, okay, Mr. Hampstead, he's going to get the white flag on the, not this lap, the next lap. 2 to go, in other words.
Okay, now Fagel has got himself in between this battle with Miller and Scully. He's in this, and now Fagel's going to try to get around. Miller going to give him some room. This is Fagel in that car on the inside in 3rd place. Oh, I'm a little bit behind. There we go. Sorry, now I can bring it up. I was still watching the replay of George Johnson. All right,
nice
so
pass.
now coming up behind these guys is Hampstead. And Richard, just bring it home behind these guys.
Well, Mr. Hampstead, look, there's a battle going on in front of him right now, right? 2 cars who are battling for position. He'll be well aware of this, of course. And Jason Scully, Hampstead, he's aware of it, but he doesn't care. He passes Scully as if Scully was just a backmarker. And Scully, well, to him he's a backmarker, but Scully was in 10th position. Now let's see, Bill, what he does with the other car, which of course is David Miller.
Miller is back there now, and this is the white flag lap right now. Miller not all that excited to give up this spot to Hampstead, because he's the guy he's been trying to stay ahead of. He knows he's back there, so maybe Miller might just be a little bit stubborn about giving this up. He can do it right here. Hampstead going through. Here's the trick, Dave.
Hampstead races as if it's the first lap.
He sure does. Hey, David, hang in there behind the leader. Get in that final photograph. Okay, the back half of round number 3 here in the IDA GT3 World Championships goes to Richard Hampstead, but your overall winner for the event, assuming he can bring it home these last final corners, let's put it on him, it's Luis Gallen. He had a win at Silverstone and a runner-up spot at Lime Rock. That's going to be enough for him to earn the winner's share of the championship points. Congratulations to Luis Paulo Galán getting his first official win in the series. Finishing on the lead lap, Simon Fagel. Only 3 cars on the lead lap.
Yes.
And as soon as Simon comes across, flashing his lights, I'll let everyone know that you're watching the Global Sim Racing channel. And we're going to take a short break, come back for driver interviews, and then wrap up, close up shop. Back in a few. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the iRacing Drivers Association GT3 World Championship. This was round 3, a doubleheader. The first one at Silverstone and the one we just saw, the back half at Lime Rock Park. We can announce that the winner here at Lime Rock was Richard Hampstead, but the overall winner for the event was going to go to Luis Paulo Galán. Let's run down the finishing order here of this second event. Hampstead was your winner. Gallant finishes in second. Simon Fagel, Martin Slavossi, and Zachary Hanlon round out your top 5. Blake Neck had some issues, but able to bring that car home without a bonnet in 6th position. Mark Simon. Joe Porowski makes up 7th and 8th position. The always excited David Miller gets that 9th position and a top 10 to Jason Scully thanks to a mistake by George Johnson there at the end. Richard?
And Philip Morton finishes in 11th place, followed by Jonathan Turner in 12th. George Johnson, even with his late problem there, finishes in 13th place. It could have been 7th, I think. Stephen Carmichael finishes in 14th place. Brenton O'Brien 15th. Benjamin Hackerson 16th. Brock Caday in 17th place. Arturo Amro 18th place. Jacob Crabb in 19th. And rounding out the top 20, Jason W. Dixon.
And the back third of the field, Riley Blythe, Shane Marsh, and Darren McKenzie go 21 through 23. Daryl Huxham, Peter Lynn, and Clint Shane Smith had trouble early, brought the car back out, and this didn't work out for him. Finishes 93 laps down. Simon Mazzamo and Warren Pickering round 27th and 28th, and the last driver out there in 29th, Jeffrey Price. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to our Lime Rock winner. He's not going to win the overall race score, the event score, but he is the winner here at Lime Rock, and that is Richard Green Eggs and Hampstead. Richard, that's a lot of racing for a night.
Yeah, big night for sure. I'm pretty exhausted after that one, as I'm sure everyone is. Really happy with the second race anyway. First race probably didn't go my way. Probably was a bit sloppy and made a few too many errors, and probably redeemed myself a bit in the second race. Set up, loaded the setup from Brands Hatch, and it worked beautifully, and went from there.
Well, as a driver, you're probably happier with the Lime Rock result, but as a fan, it was wonderful to watch you work your way through all the guys at Silverstone. That was quite an undertaking.
Yeah, no, I wasn't really too impressed with myself with the Silverstone performance, but did an okay job, I guess, to come back through the field. Ended up 5th, took a gamble on taking some tyres at the end there, which didn't pay off, so it probably cost me one spot, and then short filled too, so I had to fuel save a lot the last couple of laps. So, but yeah, definitely I would say redeemed myself in the second race, so finished happy, so that's always a good way to finish.
Well, a 5th and a 1st should have you pretty good when they total up the points here for you. Congratulations on a good run. Get some rest, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Cheers, guys. See you then. Look forward to it.
Okay. Your winner here in the second half of it, and that was Richard Green Eggs and Hampstead. Who do we have now? Richard, who would you like to talk to?
Johnson. Let's talk to Johnson.
We're going to bring in...
Sorry. Ready for interview. My apologies. Yeah. Let's go with Simon Fagel.
I'm going to bring in Fagel here. Go ahead, Rich.
Simon Fagel, congratulations, my friend. A nice 3rd place for you there. Tell us about the 2 races that you were in. The first race there, let's see, you finished in 3rd place and another 3rd place here. So you should be quite satisfied with that, or are you disappointed in anything?
Overall, I guess it's okay. Third's pretty good. Lime Rock, I knew, but it's just going to be a crash fest, so I actually didn't even practice it. But Silverstone I spent a bit of time on, and that was one that I was pretty keen to do well. And it was a shame after getting second and then having to spin early, it knocked me way down the field. To end up third after all that was actually a really, really good result. It was a lot of fun, actually, some of the passes, so sure it made for good television.
Yeah, we saw your coming back through the field there particularly at Silverstone. That was impressive, I have to say.
Yeah, thanks. It was had a really good car. I think it would have been really close between Louis and I think at the front had I been there. Because I think in the end my deficit at the end of the first lap, I ended up was a little bit closer despite having to get all the traffic. So probably probably was maybe the best car, but it doesn't matter. It was an unfortunate spin. I wasn't sure if he was alongside me at that point. I didn't want to chop him up, and then ended up on the grass. Didn't expect it to be as bouncy as it was. So it was an unfortunate spin, but really fun coming through the field. The field were pretty respectful, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, well done. Now, last question for you is, was there a vote of any description, or who chose this track for these fast cars?
Good question. I think we're a bit shocked as to why it was this track. I haven't driven this track since I was in my rookie days, like probably 5 years ago. I'm in the MX-5, so I think I drove it for maybe 5 or 6 laps before this thing, and I was like, if I drive any more, my head's going to go crazy. So I just left it all for the race.
Okay, well, we're going to let you go. 2 third places, that's very respectable. By the way, in this race, on this track, only 3 cars, including yourself, finished on the lead lap. So there's a little statistic as to the attrition rate at this track.
Yeah, definitely. Richard's pace was awesome. He'd clearly done his homework, so props to him. It was a really good race. And Louis was also very, very quick. So between the two of them, it was I think probably as good as I could have. Did have a minor bingle, I think it was maybe half an hour into the race. So it was good to come back to third. And today was all about a rescue mission in many ways. Both races had to come back through, so it was good fun.
All right. Okay, well, thank you, Simon, for talking to us, and we look forward to talking to you some more in it's a very long season, so there's plenty of races still to come.
Beautiful. No, thanks very much for the broadcast. You guys do an awesome job, so I look forward to watching it back.
Thank you, sir. Back to you, Bill.
Okay, we're going to get a chance to talk to the overall winner here today, and that is Luis Paulo Gallon. First of all, Luis, how do we say your last name? I want to go with Gallon, but I bet you it's Gallon. What is it? Luis?
Hi.
Hi, how you doing? Congratulations on the on your
Good,
overall win today.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm hearing Simon and Richard talking.
Yeah, are you watching the YouTube broadcast? If you can
yes.
Mute the stream. There you go. That's where a little bit of delay there.
Yes. No,
that's all right.
Now I can hear. Now I can hear you. Yes.
All right. Now I hear the accent already, so I'm going to say that when we're calling you Gallon, that's wrong. I think it's Gallon, right? Am I correct?
No, my last name is Gallon. I'm Brazilian. Yeah,
Gallon.
Originally.
Gallon. Yeah. Okay. Well, now that we got that, congratulations.
You live in Australia, it's Gallon. Come on.
Yes, Gallon. I like Gallon. Yeah.
I still think if you're on the metric system in Australia, it should be liter, but that's okay. We'll move on. Hey, you put it together today. My gosh, what a dominating race.
Yes, man. I'm so happy with my performance today, and I just want to thank all the team I'm driving for, which is Performance Motorsport, all the guys there for all the support they have been showing for the past 6 months. I'm with them, and I'm pretty happy.
I bet you had to work harder for that second place win at Lime Rock than you did the wire to wire at Silverstone. A lot of traffic to deal with here on this little track, huh?
Oh man, Lime Rock. My head is spinning still. Yeah, my arms are sore. Yeah, crazy track. A lot of overtaking to do, the left cars, and congratulations to Richard and Simon as well, coming third. Yeah, man, it was a mission for everyone, this track.
A lot of racing tonight for you. Congratulations on that. You are when we combine the scores together, you are the overall winner. So you're going to get credit for a race win. So congratulations, your first of the series.
Yes, thank you very much, guys. Looking forward to the next one. And congratulations to you guys as well for the broadcast. It's very professional, very nice to watch. Yep.
Good luck to you as you're going to move up the points and get a little closer to that $1,000 prize. So good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, no, it's a long season. It's just taking racing by race. And hopefully we can get there.
There you go. Your overall winner today, boys and girls, his first win of the season, Luis Paulo. We'll go with Gallon. He said Gallon. We'll stick with Gallon on that one. All right, Richard, that's going to wrap it up for our coverage here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hey, don't go far away because we're going to be back for the MX5 World Tour, and it seems like just a few little Z's that I'm going to be able to put in. We'd like to thank everybody at the iRacing Drivers Association for organizing this series and contracting with GSRC to broadcast it. If you're an iRacer and you'd like to be part of the action and have a chance at all the prizes, the IDA is still accepting applications at Private League Forum on the iRacing service. And also make sure you visit the guys at IDA and show your support on their Facebook, and that is facebook.com/iRacing Drivers Association. We also want to thank the good folks at This Is Australian Migration Services, providing professional migration services and visa services for anyone seeking to come to or stay in Australia. For expert advice and assistance with your Australian visa matters, contact them at thisisaustralia.com. And with the relationships between the United States and Australia when it comes to immigration, I think you might be using that. Thanks to the company's equipment and software that you see on the screen right now that we use on our broadcast. The original music you've heard on today's broadcast is thanks to Eric Eckelman and Casey Lalonde. See the screen for how to contact each of them. Hang in there, Soup. The iRacing Drivers Association GT3 World Tour returns in 2 weeks. That's for round 4 at a standard 90-minute race from Interlagos. And GSRC will be there to bring you all the doubleheader action. We hope that you join us. For more information about GSRC, your best bet is globalsimracingchannel.com. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel and Facebook at the Global Sim Racing Channel. Finally, and I say finally on behalf of my mic mate, the Australian sage himself, Richard Losper, our director, the doctor of pits topology, Amjad Yaman, our camera artist, Dougie Beard, I'd like to thank all of you for watching. And now that all the housekeeping's out of the way, it's time for us to go have fun storming the castle. So until next time, race hard, race clean, and we'll see you on the track.